Good evening. In compliance with Chapter 551, Open Meetings of the Texas Board of Government Code, I called to order an information session of the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District for Thursday, June 11th, 2026 at 6:07 p.m. Thank you all for being here. Thank you. A quorum of the board is physically present at Austin ISD Central Office to conduct this meeting. This meeting is being broadcast on cable channel 22 through Spectrum, Astound Broadband, and on channel 99 through AT&T Uverse. Closed captioning in English is available on these platforms for individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing. Welcome and thank you for joining us. Up first is an opportunity for the public to share comments with the board. This time allows speakers to comment publicly on any topic of their choosing directly to the school board. We have time for up to 60 speakers. The district also provides time during regular voting meetings of the board to hear from the public about any agenda item for consideration and vote. Members of the public wishing to participate in the public comment portion of our meeting called a dedicated Austin ISD phone line in advance of the meeting to sign up to speak in person or to audio record their remarks. This is an opportunity for the board to take part in listening to our community. While we wish we could respond to each topic raised, the Texas Open Meetings Act does not authorize a board to engage in deliberation or take action on comments or complaints from members of the public if the subject is not on the meeting agenda. For comments related to posted agenda items, we will engage in any deliberations or ask follow-up questions during the presentation of that item on the agenda. Tonight, we have 37 people who signed up to speak in person and 23 who left a recorded message. We'll begin with our in-person public comment. To provide as many opportunities for input as possible within a limited time period, each speaker will be allotted 1 minute. No substitutions or yielding of time to others is permitted. Callers who signed up to speak in person will be invited to come to the microphone when your name is called. As you come to the microphone, please press the button to turn it on if it's not on already. And when the buzzer sounds, please make a final thought in 1 sentence. Whether you come to give a complaint or praise, please reference any staff member by position or abbreviated last name. And we ask that all audience members, whether speaking or not, please show respect for others. We'll start with our in-person speakers. I'm going to call the first 4, and I know there are people in the hallway as well, and we have a staff member who's going to be calling names outside in the hallway as well for anyone who can't fit into our boardroom. First is Jonah Ramos. Second is Megan Brown, Anthony Solis, and PJ Brown.
I'm Jonah Ramos, rising sophomore at LASA, and I want to start by saying that you've heard a lot of reasons to keep water polo in AISD, but I'm not here to talk about reasons. I'm here to talk about people. People like Coach Molly Wilkinson at Anderson, 2025 USA Water Polo National Development Men's Coach of the Year. She led my team to a top 10 finish in the nation at the 2025 Junior Olympics. Water polo is not just a sport, it is a community filled with amazing and talented people. My favorite thing about playing water polo in high school is the friendships, not just within a team, but between them. Friends on different teams will be chatting before a game, battling during a game, and if you don't know, water polo is a full contact sport like hockey or football, so I mean battling. But after the game ends, it's all love. If we have another season, I would love for you guys to come to a game and see what I'm talking about. If water polo gets cut, those tournaments don't happen, those memories are never made. You aren't just cutting a sport, you're cutting a community. Thank you.
And I think, Ms. Brown, if you could push the button, I think we're not hearing you. And we can leave it on between speakers. Thank you. And
Good
you can start
evening.
over.
My name is Megan Brown. My husband and I are AISD graduates, and we have 2 daughters and a son who are AISD student athletes. I'm here today to ask you to please save water polo. As an LBJ swimmer, I won multiple state titles for AISD. My success allowed me to receive a great college education. My mother, the winner of the very first Austin Marathon, paved the way ahead of me. She was a Title IX pioneer in the 70s. Athletics opens doors to higher education. Keeping water polo a sport that captures many young women will allow the district to fully and effectively accommodate the opportunities of our students in the district. I know it will not be easy, but I'm sure we can create a solution to our athletics budget deficit burden together as a team. Our booster clubs have organized. We are willing to step up to find the funding to keep our kids in the pool. We ask for you to come alongside us and link arms. Thank you for the love of the game. Let the kids play and save AISD water polo.
Hi, my name is Anthony Solis, and a little bit about me. I'm the LASA Senior Class Vice President and one of the 2 student representatives on the LASA CAC. But more importantly, I'm the rising senior captain for the LASA boys water polo team. I joined water polo my sophomore year, knowing absolutely nothing about the sport. I didn't know any positions, rules, I've never even touched a water polo ball. Despite that, I was welcomed with open arms into a community unlike any other. I mean, just look at how many people are here to support this sport. People that came to show their support for this sport. Now, I played 3 varsity sports. One of them playing since I was 6, one of them playing since I was 8. So I know how rare it is to be able to pick up a whole new sport at the age of 15. UAL water polo gave me that opportunity. It's an opportunity that changed my life. I will not be the person I am today without water polo. So I would like to thank you for making water polo accessible. But please, save AISD water polo so others can have the same opportunity I did. Thank you.
Hi, my name is PJ Brown, and I'm a rising sophomore at LASA High School. I've been playing water polo for 2 years. The high school water polo season starts in about 40 days. Most of AISD water polo players have already started training and will be playing in tournaments before the first day of classes. Because of this early start, I was able to start my first day of freshman year in a brand new school with a solid group of friends and teammates I knew I could rely on. When you spend as much time as we do working hard and practicing together, you know your teammates have your back. And even though I'm relatively new to the sport, I was still able to be a contributing player to our district championship winning team. UIL water polo is just in its infancy. Last year was only the 3rd year that Texas kids were able to play high school water polo. I have many friends and classmates who were excited to start playing water polo for the first time and who were excited to return to our team. Thank you so much for your time and consideration. We all realize what a tough spot you are in, and I hope that together we can save AISD water polo for many years to come.
Thank you. I'll call the next 4 speakers, and one is here to speak in Spanish. Cynthia Solis, Naomi Milan, y señora Milan, entiendo que quiere hablar en español y está alguien aquí para ofrecer interpretación. Gracias. Next is Penelope Campbell, and then Claire Reuter.
My name is Cynthia Solis, and I am a Wolo mom. And I'm not gonna lie, up to about 4 days ago, I knew very little about water polo. But my new friend here is going to fact check. This is Joe from USA Water Polo. And he is going to fact check some of the things that I have learned have been really impactful to me. Did you know that 6% of all kids playing water polo move on to a D1 athletic scholarship? It is the highest percentage in all sports. Baseball, in comparison, is 0.03%. Did you know that it is one of only 5 sports to teach the very important life skill of not drowning? Did you know that every single female athlete who plays water polo has an opportunity to use that water polo experience to go into D1, D2, D3, or clubs? All these facts are correct, right, Joe? Correct. Yep. So knowing what I know now about water polo, I have to ask our district leaders and our board of trustees to work with us. This is an amazing community, an amazing level of support, and we're gonna find a way that AISD can keep AISD UIL water polo. Thank you. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. Next is Naomi Milan.
Hola, mesa directiva. Yo me llamo Noemí Millán Salgado. Yo sé que tienen una decisión difícil que hacer. Les suplico que no corten el programa de comunidades en Texas. En las escuelas del centro de Texas, en Andrews, mi primaria, que han ayudado a mis hijas. Sorry, I'm nervous. Mucho, ellas nos ayudan en áreas que nadie más podrán ayudar. Me ayudan con recursos, dinero para la renta. En las escuelas mis hijas se sienten incluidas. Por primera vez en los programas que trae la Miss M a Andrews. Programas como Girl Scouts, Campamento de Verano. Por favor, no descontinúen el programa, porque al descontinuarlo es como quitar la sustancia de las vidas de nuestra escuela. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Victor Rodriguez. I'm with the Office of Translation and Interpretation for ISD. Hello, board. My name is Noemi Millan Salgado. I know you have a tough decision to make. I ask you to please not cut the Community and Schools in Texas program in the schools in Central Texas. In Andrews, Elementary Andrews Elementary has helped me and my children, my daughters. They help us in areas that no one else has helped us in. They help us with resources. They help us pay the rent. And in the schools, my daughters feel included for the first time in many programs. Ms. M has brought programs to Andrews, such as Girl Scouts and summer camps. Please do not discontinue these programs, because discontinuing them would take these substances or life substances away from us and the school. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Penelope Campbell, and I'm a rising junior at LASA and a captain of the LASA water polo team. Ever since water polo became a UIL sport in 2022, thousands of people from across the city and beyond have poured an uncountable amount of hours into creating the community that all AISD water polo athletes have grown to love. Although every person will give you a different reason why this community means so much to them, for me, it is the friendships built with other players that have impacted me so greatly. When I began water polo at LASA, I had no prior experience or knowledge of the sport. However, I was immediately welcomed with open arms. This is especially true during district tournaments, where I spend most of my time in and out of the water, learning from other players, spending time with my teammates and friends, and fostering relationships with people from all over Central Texas. This sport has brought me and many others an incredible community, lifelong friendships, and experiences of a lifetime in the sport that we love, and we plan to continue doing so for many years to come in partnership with AISD. Thank you.
Am I up? I'm Claire Reuter. Good evening. I'm an AISD teacher who stands with my colleagues who are demanding transparency for how you, the board, are making decisions and doing business. We know the pressure you are under, but imagine the pressure of those of us who work directly with the students. In the same spirit of compassion and transparency, I'm asking you to consider the experience of our immigrant families who have been yanked away and separated from their loved ones after often being illegally locked up without charge. What are we doing to support the students, teachers, staffs, and families in our own community? Who are they? What are their names? What are their hopes and dreams? How can we speak out and counteract the treatment that they are enduring? These immigrant families are in a real prison, while their brothers and sisters trying to keep a job are in another type of prison. Neither one is good. Please think again about how to get us out of this mess, line by line, transparency now. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Alvin Brannon, Eliza Burkhart, Deborah Liebert, and Liesl Brown.
Eliza.
Members of the board, thank you for this time to be heard. I'm a native Austinite and a product of the public education system. I'm also a small business owner and the father of an eager and happy, soon-to-be first grader at Boone Elementary. I'm addressing you today in utter disbelief of the $181 million budget shortfall. We find ourselves here because AISD has been target for systematic weakening by those opposed to public education in favor of tapping public resources for private gain. 2/3 of our district tax dollars are taken by recapture and deposited into the general fund, but the state's minimum allotment fails to make our district financially whole. We cannot slash and burn our way out of this mess. We cannot continue to fuel the mechanisms that erode our children's futures. We must stop playing their game by their rules. To be strong, we must reorganize. We must reduce executive management overhead to fit a more streamlined operation without sacrificing a single child's ability to receive the best education possible. Great teachers, librarians, facilities, and programs help our children thrive. Superintendent Segura, this starts with you. Your leadership and buy-in are important to weather the storm and restore trust. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Eliza Burkhart and I'm a rising sophomore at Lhasa High School. And I've played on our school's water polo team for the past year, and I was the newcomer MVP for that year. I've also played this sport since I was 8, and I hold such a deep love for it. Water polo is admittedly not very financially accessible, and there's really no opportunities to join a rec team in Austin, and so high school water polo gives that opportunity to try this sport in an environment that's supportive and low pressure. When I first came to my high school, I didn't really know anybody, but water polo didn't just give me friends, it gave me a community. This sport brings so much joy not only to me, but to so many Austin ISD students. Furthermore, the one reason given on the list of possible budget cuts to cut this sport was lack of participation. But water polo has only been a UIL sport for the past 3 years, and given that, it has grown so much. Also, I would like to mention that our budget deficit is very big, and water polo is only 0.05% of that budget deficit, so eliminating it wouldn't really even do anything. I very strongly urge you, please do not cut the sport before we have time to consider alternative solutions. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Liesl Brown. I'm going into the 6th grade at Keeling, and I have been playing water polo for 2 years. I've been so excited to play high school water polo ever since my sister started last year. I have been working and playing my hardest. We are the future of water polo in Texas. Water polo is an important part of our lives. If we keep water polo in a UIL sport, our athletics community will thrive. I know your job as trustees is hard, especially when it comes to a decision like this. But I think as a community, we can come up with a way to keep AISD water polo going. Please save AISD water polo. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Hi, my name's Deborah Liebert, and I am here speaking tonight on behalf of the Communities in Schools program, CIS. I am a former pre-K teacher. My husband and I have resided in Austin for over 28 years. I had the privilege for the past 4 years of being a volunteer for CIS at Andrews Elementary as a reading buddy. I didn't know much about the program when I volunteered, initially when I signed up, and I will say, and that mom said it best, it transforms the lives of students, families, teachers, staff. I witnessed it firsthand. I cannot implore you enough to please consider keeping the CIS program in these schools. It provides support, safety. It goes beyond, above and beyond what a teacher can do in the classroom. These program managers are there as a trusted adult. The students turn to them when they're having a bad day, when they need resources, when the families need resources. So please consider keeping those programs in the schools. Thank you.
Do we have Eliza Burkhart? Oh, you already went. Okay, who? Oh, we have everyone. Thank you. Yes, sorry. Thank you, Eliza. Okay, next up, Steve Roberts, Laura Ehrlich, Rod Joseph Rodriguez, and Bree Rolfe.
Greetings. My name is Steve Roberts. I'm the president of the Anderson Water Polo Boosters and a parent to a rising senior. I'm also the head coach of the UT women's water polo team, so I see how special this sport can be. I don't envy you guys. Cutting $181 million is a Herculean task, but I don't believe that completely eliminating the sport is in the best interests of the student athletes. This is a very passionate, involved community, as you can see. And we booster clubs have proposed a co-funding model if the district can just keep our sport eligible. I can't thank USA Water Polo enough. Their National Director of Sport Development, Joe Linehan, who is here, they have supported us and the rest of the community as well. In addition to the boosters, USA Water Polo has generously pledged to provide financial assistance, training, and athlete recruitment to help ISD. As a community, we want to step in and help solve this. Please meet us halfway and don't bench our kids. Thank you.
We can go in the order people are here. We have Bree Rolfe, Rod Joseph Rodriguez, and Laura Ehrlich left. Yes, thank you.
Good evening, my name is Bree Rolfe, and I'm a proud member of Education Austin and the Special Education Department. This budget process has been traumatic, and I share my deepest respect for my fellow special education staff who lost their jobs and took pay cuts, all of us. My issue is with the lack of transparency with the board and the public about these cuts. Messaging has been vague and unclear. The process started far too late. These cuts are affecting people's livelihood. Most of us are living paycheck to paycheck. Also, the human beings we lost had institutional knowledge that is now gone forever. Their loss will affect our students. In addition, any changes you make to transportation limit students' access to education. You are ensuring that only privileged people get to school. This is shameful. Also, cutting CIS is unacceptable.
Good evening. I'm Rod Joseph Rodriguez. I teach high school English in Austin ISD, and I'm a member of Education Austin. I'm here to speak about the budget and layoffs. My students and colleagues believed the superintendent and trustees when they said they valued us in their public statements on trust and transparency. Put people first in Austin ISD. Stop reading slides to us with no faces of students, teachers, librarians, workers affected daily by your decisions. Put people first and our faces. Live up to the goal of learning and working in, quote, an environment where every student and staff member thrives. The walls of the boardroom are gray, bare. Just look. It's time to put photos of the people who are Austin ISD. Students, workers, value us. Where's the vision, the mission? I urge you to vote for a budget that keeps teachers, librarians, students, and workers to thrive. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Laura Ehrlich, and my son is a first grader at Boone Elementary, and he absolutely loves his librarian, Miss Sunny. Students in all schools, regardless of the size of the school, deserve a librarian that is present more than a few days a week. Librarians are on the front lines of our children's education, and they are so important in fighting the misinformation that our children is being bombarded with every day. That also includes stuff coming from our State Board of Education, I might add. That's why I was surprised to learn that our librarians received their new assignments before the budget has passed and before there were any cuts that we have seen at the executive levels of this district. The appearance of not eliminating high-paid executive positions while our children are being forced to make sacrifices is absolutely destroying the faith that we have in our leadership in this district. Parents are concerned that people in high-paid positions are being protected because they are connected, and that is not a good look for this district, and it plays into the narrative, the state's narrative, that our district is being mismanaged. If we are truly in this together, we need to see cuts happen at the top too. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Jake Morgan, Taylor Carricker-Cavan, Vivian Hernandez, and Carmen de la Sierra.
I'm Jake Morgan, an English teacher and a proud member of Education Austin. The TEA wolves are at the door, ready to slash our programs and sell what makes AISD great to the highest bidder. I'm here today to urge you not to do their cuts for them. I urge you to be strong. We don't know what will happen next year or even tomorrow. In the meantime, preserve the staff who face children, preserve reasonable planning time and programs that help students and families every day. We need a district that will stand until the end for what's right for our kids. I urge the board we voted for to ask the tough questions and not pass a budget until these questions are answered. I urge the transparency we've been asking for since the very beginning. Thank you.
Good evening. For months, Education Austin employees, families, and community members have asked for detailed information about proposed budget reductions. We finally received what appears to be the closest thing to a line-by-line list of cuts, but it raises serious questions about the district's priorities. Why are we receiving this level of detail so late in the budget process? Meaningful transparency requires enough time for employees, families, and trustees to review information before decisions are made, not after. The reduction list also raises questions about how cuts are being distributed. We see significant reductions that affect student-facing supports and the staff who serve students and families every day. Yet it remains unclear why executive leadership structures in major divisions appear largely unchanged, especially considering 11 schools have closed. Education Austin has also not been treated as a meaningful partner in this process. Union leadership and membership have repeatedly received information only moments before it was shared publicly, making genuine consultation impossible. Our workers continue to raise concerns about changes, including transportation, that bus drivers have warned could create delays and less reliable service for families. Your role is not to simply receive recommendations, it's to ask hard questions. How were these priorities determined? Students should come first. Thank you.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Vivian Hernandez. First of all, I'm going to say my English is not good, so I'm going to try my best. I'm here because I want to talk about how great CIS has been working with my family. CIS has been working with my family since 2007. I'm a mother of 8 kids. 6 of my kids have graduated with the help of CIS support. I had 2 more kids in school. One's going to go 12th grade, the other one's going to 8th grade. All my kids love working with CIS staff. Whenever my kids has mental health problems, CIS will be the first step up and help them. It could take hours to explain everything CIS has done to help and support my family, but I know I don't have much time to. I just want everyone to know how CIS impacts our life and important CIS for the community. Thank you for your time.
Hi, I'm Carmen de la Sierra, and I'm a rising junior at Anderson High School. And I've been playing water polo since my freshman year. Coming from someone who has done many sports in her life, the water polo community is truly like no other. Thanks to this sport, I was able to be part of a supportive and inclusive family that made my transition into high school so much easier and motivated me not only in my athletic career, but also in school and in my academics. My love for the sport led me to quit my 7-year-long swimming career to fully commit myself to water polo, and it's been amazing to see how water polo is flourishing and growing, and it'd be really disappointing to see all the progress and momentum get lost because of this cut. One major thing about the water polo community is that we have an amazing support system. Boards, parents, and families are all willing to make sacrifices, show support, and make ends meet in order to keep this sport afloat. I understand that the decisions you have to make are incredibly difficult, so please don't cut out a sport who is so willing to come to an agreement and work to keep the sport they love alive. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Evelyn, Victoria, Trinity, and Rochelle. No last names given. Evelyn, Victoria, Trinity, and Rochelle.
Can y'all hear me? Okay. Yeah. Hello, my name is Evelyn Watson. For many students, CIS is not simply another program, it is a lifestyle. CIS has been around since I was in school, and I myself was in the CIS program. CIS provides resources, mentorships, emotional support, academic guidance, and connections to services that many students and families will otherwise struggle to access. CIS staff members build relationships with students, encourage them to stay engaged in school, and help them develop and confine in needs to succeed. When we talk about the student achievement, we cannot leave or forget to mention CIS out because they help address those needs so students can show up, participate, and thrive. Austin ISD has long been committed to equality and ensuring that every student has the opportunity to reach their full potential. Communities in school directly supports that mission by serving some of the most vulnerable students and helping them stay connected to school and their future. I asked the board to consider the real impact CIS has on students, families, campuses, and our community. Behind every statistic is a child whose life may be changed because someone took the time to care, listen, and provide support. CIS makes that possible. Thank you for your time and consideration. Let's go Norman Sims Trailblazers, and let's go Keelan Hornets.
All right, good evening, good evening, school board members. My name is Victoria. I'm a parent at Zavala Elementary. I'm here tonight to urge you to continue funding communities and schools, a program that has been an absolute lifeline for my family. When our vehicle broke down, CIS didn't just say, good luck. While they couldn't fix the car directly, they stepped in to assist with our other household bills. And because of that relief, we could focus our funds on repairing our vehicle and ensuring my children never missed a day of school. They see the whole family, providing essential household items right when things get tough. Beyond crisis support, CIS invests in our children's futures. All 3 of my daughters have attended their summer enrichment camps. Through CIS, they didn't just pass the time. They learned community building, interacted with students and teachers from across the district, and gained invaluable life skills. CIS ensures our kids are stable at home and thriving at school. Please protect this funding. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Victoria. Do we have Trinity or Rochelle here? Okay, we can come back and ask at the end. Next up are Ty Phelan, Jennifer, Salikum, and Brittany.
Good evening. My name is Ty Phelan, and I'm going into my sophomore year at Anderson High School. Water polo made such a big impact on my freshman year. Since practices started in summer, I was able to meet a lot of people going into Anderson, and this helped me especially, coming from a small middle school with only an 8th grade class of 23 into Anderson with over 2,000 kids. So this helped me make a lot of friends, both boys and girls, and then all grades, freshman all the way to senior. Additionally, the culture is very special. It's filled with many unique people, And through club and school, I've gotten to know a lot of them. And it's been nice just playing around and having fun with them. Lastly, we also need to think about our future. My sister is coming to Anderson within the next year, and I know her and others are looking forward to play as well. But if this is cut, then they won't have the same chance I had. So I ask you to please think about cutting it, and thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Brittany. I did have a speech written down, but I decided to speak from the heart. And I'm speaking on behalf of CIS Communities and Schools at Gold Valley Elementary. So CIS has been more than just a program in schools. It's been a support system for me, especially this last year. I had a daughter that is medically sick. She's been out of school multiple times, and she needed an oxygen machine. Me, financially, I couldn't provide for her. So I reached out to my caseworker in CIS, and she provided me with some funding to help me be able to get the machine that my daughter needs for her health. In all honesty, CIS is the main reason why I choose to keep my kids in Austin ISD, because Austin ISD has not been supportive to me nor my family, but CIS has been that liaison to make me want to stay and continue my kids' education within the school district.
Board members, it is incredibly tone deaf to be proposing a contract extension for a superintendent that has failed this community. Under his watch, our schools are failing academically, and we're at risk of TA takeover. Under his watch, the district budgeted a deal that didn't close because it lacked due diligence and underestimated the strength of a community. Under his watch, 10 schools were closed and communities torn apart, including my daughter's. With these new budget recommendations, programs are closing. Our valuable teachers are losing their jobs, and he went back on his promise not to touch librarians. When you're making decisions that requires this community to sacrifice so much, why? Why are we furthering our financial obligation, locking in the superintendent through 2030 with no meaningful accountability? Moving a school from a D or F to a C should be the expectation, not criteria for a bonus. 4 of you won't be on this board next year. Let the next board decide. Vote no on 11.1.
Thank you. Is Salikum here? Okay, next 4 speakers: Portia Sauls, Dana, Jonathan Hernandez-Martinez, and Selena Martinez. That was just Selena.
Good evening. My name is Portia, and I'm a parent of a student in this district. I'm here to ask you to reconsider removing Communities in Schools program. CIS is not just an after-school activity. For many students, it's a lifeline. My daughter is autistic, and her doctor specifically recommended that she participate in a lunch bunch group to help her develop social skills, build meaningful connections with her peers. Through CIS, she received daily check-ins and caring staff members who knew her, supported her, and helped her navigate challenges throughout the school day. When she felt overwhelmed, CIS gave her a safe space to take breaks, talk through her feelings, and learn appropriate social interactions. These supports help her succeed both academically and emotionally. Programs like CIS fill gaps that many families cannot fill alone. They provide mentoring, emotional support, and opportunities for students to develop skills that will benefit them throughout the rest of their lives. I urge you to protect this program and the students who depend on it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have Dana or Jonathan Hernandez-Martinez? And there was a Jennifer from before who we haven't heard from. Ah, here we are. Thank you.
Hey, my name is Jonathan Hernandez-Martinez. I'm here from Navarro High School. I'm here just to support CIS because they've been there for my life, and they helped me to read and write, and I got better at them. They helped me to get in cosmetology, to be a barber in my future, and they helped me for sports, and pretty good.
Thank you. Next up, we have Stacy, Julian Warren, Christella, Nyla Prince, and Briera Titus Prince.
Can I just go?
Yes, because people are coming from the hall, we go in whatever order you come to the microphone right now. Thank you.
My name is Julian, and I'm a rising junior at Austin High School. I'm a violinist in the varsity orchestra and a player on the varsity water polo team. My perspective is unique because I haven't always been a public school student, and I wasn't going to be. It was the orchestra at small middle school that led my family and I into AISD. Learning an instrument is challenging, and middle school orchestra is just as important as high school orchestra because of the foundation it lays in musicians, which allows them to refine their skills to a higher level and make the most of their time in high school orchestra. I am also speaking tonight to tell the board about how water polo is a community of amazing, dedicated athletes that work just as hard as the other athletes across the district. The sport is hard, especially in an area like Austin where many teams from multiple school districts give each other great competition. Cutting water polo for our district will remove key competitors from the area in addition to a community of athletes. To see how much water polo means to the players, I encourage the board to look behind me at all the players here tonight and think about how this fall we will line up across the pool from each other as competitors, but tonight we are here together to defend our sport. I invite the trustees to visit a practice and a game this fall to see what our community is all about. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Nyla Prince. I go to Lively Middle School. I'm going to 8th grade next year. I've been in CIS ever since I was in kindergarten. CIS has been one of the things that helped my family when we were in challenging situations. Miss Lindsay and Miss Claire has been my two favorite CIS teachers because they do a lot for my family and they're just very supportive. And I enjoy being with them. They take us on field trips in the summer, and I really enjoy that because I won't be as bored in the summer as I usually would. And it's very important for people who are struggling to be in CIS because they can help families, and everybody should be in CIS if they are struggling. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Christella. I have 4 kids who attend Zavala Elementary and 1 who attends Lively Middle School. These schools are involved with Communities in Schools. I just want to say I know Communities in Schools is going through a budget cut and is planning to leave some locations. Communities in Schools has helped my family in so many ways possible. I'm a single mom who often needs help My case manager, Jackie Nunez, has been so great helping with food, schools, jobs, therapy, getting my kids into programs. Of course, it doesn't stop there. Miss Eva has helped with my kids' school for years now. Not only have they built a bond, but they've gained a lot of knowledge from the community, talking to them around the class and work they need to do, continuing to be there for them. I have a son who tends to struggle in class. Miss Eva can pull him out time to time and help him calm down and get his work done. So yes, Communities in Schools has been a big impact in my family and a big help. Not only are they doing this for my family, but they're doing this for other families. We would be devastated in our Communities in Schools to be taken from our schools. Not only is it possible to lose the program, but for the people who have made the impact possible, please consider keeping Communities in Schools.
Hello, my name is Briera. CIS has made a positive impact on my life by giving me support when I needed it the most. I suffer from depression. There's always been someone there to talk to whenever I was feeling down. They also helped my family whenever we didn't have food or lights or water, they also help. CIS is important to me because students who are struggling have a resource that's provided for them. They change their life. They create safe, caring environments that students know that they're not alone. CIS has been here for a decade of time, and I really appreciate all the work and all the effort that they have put in for me and my family.
Thank you. The in-person speakers who haven't spoken yet, we have Stacy, Dana, Rochelle, Trinity, Jennifer, and Salikum. And if we don't have those people here, okay, we're going to move on to our recorded. Oh, Katrina Kincaid? Okay, Katrina. Okay, thank you. We have one person. Oh, Katrina, are you? Oh, hello, Katrina. Thank you. Thank you, Josh.
I have 3 children in AISD, one in elementary school, one in middle school, and one in high school. All 3 attend our zone schools, and my middle and high school students ride the bus every day. My husband and I both work, so I'd like to ask how AISD reasonably expects my 13 and 15-year-old children to get to school every day when the nearest transportation hub is over 2 miles from our home. Should I quit working so I'm available to drive all 3 of my kids to and from school for multiple hours every day? Is safe, efficient transportation to zoned schools a privilege only available to students with a stay-at-home parent or a parent with a flexible work schedule? We live in Southwest Austin. If AISD removes the transportation that connects my children to their zone schools, then we are no longer meaningfully connected to those schools. At that point, if I'm expected to drive them anyway, I might as well drive them to Eanes ISD or a charter school. I believe in public education. We chose our zone schools and we want our kids in AISD. But between this and the threat of boundary changes, it's starting to feel like AISD doesn't want us.
Thank you to our in-person speakers. We will now play recorded messages for public comments, so please listen carefully.
Good evening. I'm Zeb White, a speech-language pathologist at Doss Elementary. As you consider reducing SPED and bilingual stipends, I ask the board to demand strict operational accountability. This proposal is fundamentally unequal. Most proposed compensation cuts rely on reduced duty days, meaning less work for less pay. However, the SPED and bilingual stipend cuts means campus staff who directly support students are forced to take a significant pay cut for the exact same amount of work. I struggle to see how this can be viewed as equitable. If you proceed with these reductions, I ask the board to require public monthly reporting on SPED and bilingual staff turnover, impact on evaluation timelines, changes in contractor spending to cover legally mandated IEP services, and repercussions for SPED federal reimbursements so the community can see the real impact of these decisions. Destabilizing our teams doesn't align with our values, and it won't save us money in the long run. If the board approves these changes, please ensure there is full transparency about their consequences. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lacey Spencer. I'm an 8th grade teacher in Lamar Middle School, and I am wanting to make comment regarding the recent cuts to sports as well as librarians. As an ELA teacher, I can tell you that the librarians I've spoken with in the district are pivotal in ensuring that our students continue reading. Reading is one of the biggest indicators for success, regardless of subject matter. Also, it's been proposed that water polo be eliminated as a sport from the district. This is not okay. This is one avenue for students to achieve college acceptance and funding. This is a sport that improves health beyond measure, and there are students who are relying on this as a way to move through the high school ecosystem. I don't think that any sport should be cut.
Hello, my name is Estrella Castro, and I am an Aikens High School and CIS alumni, and I would like to make a statement on the impact CIS had not only on my academic career, but also in my personal life. I joined CIS back in middle school when I was going through a really tough time, and the CIS staff always found a way to help me keep going while also helping me stay on track in school. and thanks to that, I was able to graduate with honors and earn many scholarships at the end of my high school career. Whether it was grabbing a snack, needing a shoulder to cry on, or needing a place to focus on schoolwork other than my classrooms, CIS was always there for me. Every CIS staff I have ever worked with has been nothing but kind and loving to me and all students around them. I know to some CIS may not seem that important, but speaking from experience, CIS has helped save a lot of students and helps redirect them when they might be making the wrong decisions at times. This being said, I really hope the board will reconsider and continue to support CIS and helping future students. Thank you for your time.
The ISD needed the bike, so we are struggling to make sense of the actions and priorities of this board and ever-changing administration. How do you even attempt to justify it? It's nonsensical. Money for taco trucks, but cut librarians district-wide, which costs less than taco delivery. We can't pay bilingual and sped staff stipends, but we can have 159 directors, increase executive leadership pay and stipends, and $181 million deficit with $326 million in non-campus expenditures while we close campuses and end programs. Board is listening to the same few people they appointed to committees regardless of experience or lived experience, including MEAC, LRP. It's little more than a false narrative to support bias, racism, anger, and hate for other communities. They're not spokespeople or representative of the communities they are speaking over. Claiming Band 4 doesn't make it equity or any less problematic. We can't have one PE or art teacher for 750 or 900 kids because somebody said that campus was so-called privileged and needed to feel the pain. Equity by design and 10 equitable principles have been banned as far as I know. I'm not sure how we are continuing to follow plans built on those principles. Stop focusing on rhetoric and focus on academics and outcomes before TEA comes. Boundary changes need to wait for the new board. Decisions that will affect communities and neighborhoods for years should not be rushed through by a board on its way out the door. Please don't designate Becker as surplus. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Krista. I'm a parent to two small AISD children. I am calling to ask you to reject 11.1, the superintendent's contract extension. Or at the least, can you explain why you would want to pursue this? I've seen you ask questions of him over and over again that do not get answers in these meetings. Given the state of things, this just seems totally nonsensical. In addition to that, can you please move forward with these changes and just do this already? This limbo, this uncertainty is really wreaking havoc on the community, and we just need to know what's going to happen and move on already.
My name is Letitia Anderson, commenting on agenda preview item 7.7. I want to acknowledge that House Park is seeing progress. Flynn Construction was awarded the contract, the scope is defined, and the funding has increased from $7.5 million to over $8.3 million to ensure the work gets done right, and that is good. But Nelson Field had bond money allocated to it and has not seen a single moment of construction since the 70s, not one shovel in the ground. And when our community asked about upgrades, we were told to be good with 2 benches and a whiteboard. That is not equity, it is an insult. While press boxes are replaced and scoreboard upgrades at House Park, East Austin continues to be left behind. Bond dollars must follow their promise. Nelson Field deserves a contractor, a timeline, and real investment, not another 50 years of silence. Thank you.
My name is Catherine Martinez, and I'm a District 1 resident. During the Public Facilities Corporation meeting held at 5 p.m., NRP Group presented the Anita Coy Project. During recent repurposing meetings, the Anita Coy Project is named as the gold standard for affordable housing investments by AISD. When voting on surplus properties, I hope you will keep in mind the project does not meet the well-known standards for truly affordable housing. Only 14 two-bedroom units are available at 60% MFI, which would mean an individual would have to make $56,000, or a family of 4 would have to make $80,000, and the rent limit is currently $1,815. Does that seem affordable in the current market and considering the force reductions AISD is about to make? We heard at the board meeting last week that even long-serving teachers and staff are struggling to pay bills right now. First right of refusal is meaningless if the teachers and staff at the lowest pay rates can't even dream of taking advantage of it. As the district continues to think about how to responsibly monetize publicly funded community assets, you should also ensure that truly affordable.
Hello, my name is Kathy Morris, and I'm an Austin AISD taxpayer and water polo parent of a third-year Austin High player, asking you to approve funding for water polo. Thank you, trustees, for the difficult work you do leading that district. Consider what our community loses if water polo disappears from AISD. This program gives students connection, discipline, and a place to belong. It keeps kids engaged, motivated, and focused academically while building a culture of respect, teamwork, and support that is rare and valuable. Eliminating water polo sends the wrong message about Austin and AISD. Families choose this district because of opportunities like these. If this program disappears, families will leave for neighboring districts and continue to invest in students, and AISD risks losing enrollment, community trust, and long-term support. Water polo is already one of the district's most cost-efficient programs with shared facilities and coaches, minimal overhead, and strong booster support. Please save AISD water polo for UIL participation this year so our community can work with you on a long-term sustainable solution. Thank you.
This is Patrick Rosenthal. A library without a librarian is not a library. To gamble with, and many of these spaces will sit empty for much of the week without dedicated staff. The same is true for art. What is an elementary school with half a librarian and half an art teacher? These are essential parts of a child's education. Do not make your legacy ache into the TEA where librarians were cut. I also want to thank the Boundary Committee. Riker Woods raised concerns about our building capacity calculations, and the committee listened and improved the accuracy of the data. While our suggestions about boundary lines were not adopted, we know not everyone is going to get what they want. We feel this kind of collaboration will lead to better decisions. Finally, Band 3 and Band 4 schools will only absorb so much pain before the bear is poked. Equity matters, but reliance on the band system for cuts must be balanced. As you consider this budget, think about your legacy. Do not leave these board seats having cut elementary librarians and art teachers. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jamie Hsu. I'm a parent of an incoming freshman at McCallum. One of the major reasons that he chose McCallum versus the other schools that he got into, both inside and outside of AISD, was because of the water polo program. His older brother had previously been the captain of the water polo team, and for him, it definitely helped with his engagement with school. As for my incoming freshman, he's got a history of school refusal, but he's actually excited to go to school because of the water polo program. If the funding gets cut for this program and no other athletics programs, that will be the serious detriment to his excitement for school and our overall value. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Henry Morris, and I'm a student athlete in AISD water polo. Water polo is more than just a sport to us. It gives students a place to belong, teaches discipline and teamwork, and keeps many of us motivated in both school and in life. This program builds resilience, leadership, and community in a way that's hard to replace. We spend hours training together, supporting each other, and learning how to push through challenges. Please don't take away something that has such a positive impact on students and families. Please restore funding for AISD water polo and give us the chance to continue competing together and growing together. Thank you.
Board members, I'm asking you to reject 11.1 Superintendent Segura's contract extension. Under his watch, our schools have continued to fail, and we're now at a TEA takeover. While we have over 20 campuses on TAP plans, the proposed contract pays Matias a bonus for an improvement in ratings on the very failures that happened on his watch. That is not accountability. That is a reward for mediocrity. 4 of you will not be on the board next year. You will not have to course correct if this goes wrong. The next board elected by this community deserves the ability to make the decision on whether to extend his contract. Please do not extend his contract.
My name is Evelyn Real. I'm a parent at Harris Elementary. CIS at Harris Elementary has had a very positive impact on my oldest daughter. It helped her grow in confidence and become more aware of the emotions she was experiencing at the moment. She continued with CIS and Marshall Middle School, where it supported her in setting goals and achieving them. During that big transition from elementary to middle school, CIS was a strong support system for her and made that change much easier. My fifth grader at Harris Elementary is also part of CIS. It has helped her improve how she communicates her feelings to others. While she was already able to identify her emotions, CIS has given her the tools to express them more clearly. It also helped her build friendships and feel more comfortable connecting with other students, which has been wonderful to see. CIS has provided that extra guidance and encouragement. We are very grateful for the positive impact CIS has had on both of our daughters. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Amy Whitaker, and I am a middle school teacher and a parent of a middle school student and a high school student in AISD. I'm concerned about the negative consequences of screen time at school and the correlation between using devices at school and decreasing academic performance. The research is clear that device use is not academically beneficial and in fact is detrimental in many cases. Furthermore, my middle school students in class are constantly opening their screens for gaming, YouTube, and multitasking anytime they have a free minute or even during our class activities. Middle school students do not need a personal device. Teachers should not be putting all their lessons on Google Classroom at the middle school level. Research shows children learn best from human interaction and from books, even more than screen time limits. We need to return to traditional teaching practices that are not digitally dependent and professional development for teachers that highlights the research findings regarding device use in schools. Thank you.
Dear members of the board, my name is Rebecca Andrew. I am a coach for water polo in the Austin area. I am calling to urge to preserve AISD water polo. This program offers students a unique opportunity to develop discipline, teamwork, resilience, and leadership through a sport that's growing across Texas. Unlike many sports, water polo also reinforces life-saving skills, swimming, and water safety skills. In a state filled with pools, lakes, and waterways, the ability to swim confidently is not just an athletic skill, it's a skill that saves lives. AISD has an opportunity to expand access to water polo beyond its traditional participant base. We are aware that this sport comes across as a privileged sport, which is why we are starting to partner with organizations on the east side, such as YMCA, to bring water polo and the opportunity to play to kids with lower economic means. Just as these efforts are gaining momentum, eliminating AISD water polo would close the door to that opportunity before it has a chance to succeed. But we are not doing this alone. We have a partnership and support.
Hi, my name is Andy Rodas. I'm a parent of students in the AISD community. I'm calling about the proposed extension for Superintendent Seguris. I'm strongly against it. Superintendent Seguris just oversaw an attempt to close multiple schools, which largely fell apart because of failures to control or coordinate the staff that he's purportedly in charge of. In addition, AISD is closer to a TEA takeover than it's ever been. Granting a long-term extension to Superintendent Seguris right now seems to be endorsing a strategy of taking quarter steps until eventually our school district is overtaken by TEA, and I completely fail to understand why this would be the right path for us to take. Thank you.
Hello, board members. My name is Colleen Williams, and I'm a parent to a rising 5th grader and rising 7th grader. I'm calling to ask you to please reject the proposal to extend Superintendent Segura's contract. In the past 7 years, our family has grown to love our neighborhood school, to really bond with it. We walk to school every day, and then as my daughter goes into 5th grade, you're closing our school. She's got to find a new one. And now with the boundary changes, it looks like the middle school we thought she was going to get to go to is now changed to a far worse school. And the high school is not ideal for us either. And there's been so many changes, along with the proposed budget cuts to fine arts, which has been my son's sense of joy and accomplishment this past year, going to a new middle school. We've been really unhappy with the leadership under Superintendent Segura and would ask that you please do not extend his contract.
Hello, my name is Tony Warren, and I am asking you to preserve water polo in Austin ISD. Water polo is one of the fastest growing sports in Texas. In fact, Dallas hosts a session of the U.S. Water Polo Junior Olympics, one of the largest youth water polo tournaments in the nation, bringing athletes from across the country to compete in Texas. Austin ISD should be at the forefront of growing this sport, not stepping away from it. Our students deserve the opportunity to compete, develop leadership skills, build resilience, and be part of a team that gives them purpose and belonging. As a parent and educator, I have seen firsthand the positive impact water polo has on students. It challenges them academically, physically, and mentally, while creating a community that supports their success both in and out of the pool. Please invest in the future of our students and help keep Austin ISD a leader in opportunities for young athletes. I respectfully ask that you save water polo. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hi, my name is Adrian, and I am a parent that benefits from the program Communities in Schools. I have had two children one is currently still going through, one that has previously went through. And if I can tell you the success that Communities in Schools really has, my daughter now attends Idea Health Professions for high school, and she is an all-A student. She was not that before Communities in Schools. She has been to 2 nationals. She's helped mentor students below her. My son now, that is currently in the program, gets help with his reading. He shines brightly in his mathematics. And just to financially, Community School has went above and beyond and helped families outside the school with grief counseling, being a helping hand, a listening ear. For our school to almost get closed, to now having to battle to keep this program, I don't understand why our children have to go without. This program is extremely important to our community and especially to our children, and especially in this area. To have those kind of mentors and examples is what our children in this environment need.
Board members, I'm asking you to reject item 11.1, the superintendent's contract extension. I agree that recapture and vouchers have created significant challenges for Austin ISD, and those are real issues outside of his control. However, he must be held accountable for the decisions within his control. Under his leadership, Austin ISD faces the risk of a TEA takeover. More than 20 campuses are on the turnaround plan. Enrollment continues to decline, and families are losing confidence in the district. Yet, he continues to make decisions that push families away rather than attract them. As a parent, I'm living this reality. My daughter has an IEP, and despite our efforts to remain in the Austin ISD, we may be forced to consider private schools because we cannot access the public school that best meets our educational needs. If that happens, Austin ISD will lose another student and another family. While other districts are finding ways to attract and retain students, he is moving in the opposite direction. Austin ISD needs a superintendent that teachers trust, families trust, and the communities trust. We need a leader who puts students, educators, and the school communities before himself. Please reject this extension and allow.
Hello, board members. Thank you for taking my call. My name is Beth Burkhart. I am the parent of 2 daughters who attend Austin ISD, and I am calling on behalf of please saving Austin ISD from cutting water polo as a high school UIL sport. My daughter's played water polo since she was 8 years old, and I've seen her grow in strength and confidence. She's made friends. She's learned healthy ways to manage the stress and anxiety of just being a kid. Water polo offers this opportunity to students because it's available as a UIL sport. Club water polo is really expensive, and not every kid can participate in that. At the high school level, they open it up to anyone regardless of ability. Please do keep this sport. It is important for students. It is growing in the district, and I thank you for your time.
My name is Melanie Metter, and I am the mother of an AISD water polo player. Like everyone in this room, I understand the district faces difficult budget decisions. What I do not understand is why water polo has been singled out when many other athletic programs have similar participation levels and costs. If participation and budget efficiency are truly the criteria, then why is only one sport being considered for elimination? Water polo is one of AISD's most cost-effective programs. The facilities already exist, the equipment is already purchased, the season is short, and the space provides equal opportunities for boys and girls using the same pool space, coaches, and resources. Most importantly, this is not a community asking for a handout. Parents, boosters, and supporters are ready to help. We're asking for a seat at the table and the opportunity to partner with AISD to find a solution that reduces cost while keeping these teams in the water. Before eliminating a successful program with strong academic athletes, gender balance, and community solutions, please ask whether this decision is being applied consistently across all athletics. If not, then water polo should not be singled out. Please work with us. Let us help find a sustainable path forward. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good evening. My name is Hector Figueroa. I am a parent of a student at Wooten Elementary. I'm calling to talk about CIS, the needed school. It's been a great supporting program on campus for the students, our children. My daughter has made more friends and developed stronger bonds with her schoolmates that have been with CIS and Girl Scouts, Girl Arts, reading buddies through the years. CIS has helped my family by providing my child support and counseling, having another adult parent-like figure in Miss G outside of home whom my daughter loves and trusts, who she can talk to. With CIS, my child has learned to be confident in herself, to be a leader, to be kind, to be respected, to be more involved in school. I believe in CIS because they're helping our children become better persons, better students. They have amazing staff, very supportive, kind, and caring, with the well-being of our sons and daughters. Thank you.
Vote no on 11.1. Under superintendent's leadership, student enrollment has dropped by 4,400 since the 22-23 academic year. More than 20 campuses are on TAP plans, and our deficit has ballooned to $181 million. And now AISD is facing the risk of a TEA takeover due to improper bids and last-minute execution of an 1882 partnership. So why is the board considering a contract extension when his does not expire until August 31st, 2028? This is not standard practice for AISD. Elizalde was extended with 10 months remaining. Early contract extensions are discretionary decisions typically used to retain exceptional leaders and recognize outstanding district performance. With all due respect, that's not where AISD is today. We are in a budget crisis. Programs are being cut. Teachers are being asked to live with uncertainty about their jobs within the next 2 months. And yet we are being told now we must extend the contract that has 26 months remaining. Why? If accountability matters, amend the current contract, add academic performance measures and transparency requirements, and add community engagement metrics, but do not approve this extension tonight.
Hi, my name is Rachel Hernandez, and I'm a parent of a student at Blackshear Elementary School. I'm concerned about the process that got us here and the fact the superintendent continues to call what is happening at our campus a campus move and not a district closure, which is what the paperwork shows. It is a closure that was never voted on and the community was not appropriately engaged with or made aware of. Any awareness of this closure was directly due to frustrated parents contacting the media, not the district. You are trying to sweep us under the rug and erasing the history of a 135-year-old school. My second concern is that all the data at the boundary meeting shows that even by 2027, we are over capacity for the extra small new school being built at Oak Springs. By 2030, it is projected to be even worse. We don't fit. If you are trying to keep utilization at schools below 95th percentile, how does it make sense to close Blackshear? Thank you.
We've known for a decade that we need to close schools, especially on the east side, where Zavala, Ortega, Campbell, Oak Springs, and Blackshear only have about 200 kids. Canceling that process was irresponsible. While it helped Maplewood and Briker Woods, it guaranteed continued instability for east side families. Nothing makes this more clear than the boundaries. The budget showed we can't operate efficiently with less than 400 students, but the boundary proposals don't achieve 400 kids at a single east side school, even though most have space for over 500. When we look at which schools to close, those decisions should be deliberate, logical, and fair. The Close Blackshear plan fails that test. Blackshear's campus and location have tremendous historical and practical value. It's in good condition, big enough to operate efficiently, and its strong reputation helps keep East Austin families in the district. The reopening of Rosewood Courts will increase enrollment by 45%, yet AISD plans to push Blackshear into a building that's too small without any attempt to fix the boundaries. Our families deserve better. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michelle Plasek, calling for myself and a student at Hill Elementary School. I'm calling in regards to the transportation budget cuts that you guys are proposing. Cutting buses may save money in the short term, but it can hurt student attendance, family stability, and access to education. Many students rely on school transportation to get to school safely and consistently. We should prioritize solutions that support students and families, not create additional obstacles for them. Creating a hub is not the solution. It creates additional obstacles.
Please consider all of this and also giving us back some of our teachers that were let go. We've lost 11 teachers so far, and we've heard more are on the way. Please think about what you're doing to our students and our staff.
Hi, I am calling on behalf of myself. My name is Jane Wong. I am a bilingual elementary school counselor for Austin ISD. I am calling to speak specifically about the proposed stipend cuts for bilingual designated school counselors. I believe that this sends not a great message for our communities. It's sharing that the work of the school counselors, specifically bilingual school counselors, is not as worthwhile as the other professionals. And I think that also causes tension between different professionals who are all working to serve the students. I think in terms of looking at case numbers, I know specifically at my school that my case numbers will be rising. In addition, the stipend amount as such is a crucial part.
Thank you to all of our callers and our in-person speakers. This concludes our public comment for tonight. Please feel free to share additional comments or questions with the board by email at trustees@austinisd.org. Trustees, if you have any questions or comments regarding any of the non-agenda topics raised in public comment, please share them now. And in doing so, please note the district is limited to providing basic factual information in response to the questions or needed clarification, identifying existing ASD policies and resources for reference, or noting a topic for follow-up or inclusion on a future meeting. And I also want to note that Trustees Foster and Gonzalez are on with us virtually. They are both with us as well. Trustee De Urioste.
So there was a comment about the timeliness on the budget conversations and just the time frame for the public getting information about the budget. And there was also a comment about land sales and property monetization. And so given that this budget is projecting a third of it through property monetization, that's a one-time sale. So we'll be deferring that deficit till next year. So what are we going to do, or how can we address the timeline, or what are we looking at the timeline for discussing the additional $60 million deficit that will have to get addressed at the end of this budget cycle?
Yeah, Trustee De Rioste, we'll talk about this more in the budget, and there's actually an agenda item, as part of the backup for the agenda item, is the budget calendar. And in that calendar, which you'll see are milestones that move up, assumptions, and also recommendations for budget reductions. So historically, Austin ISD has done much of the budgeting process in the spring semester, and that's really been driven by when we get data, right? There's snapshot data that we get in October, then there's assumption data that we get from the Travis County Appraisal District, and which are property values. So those things really drive the foundation of the budget. What we're going to do this time around, acknowledging that we have work to do, specifically around the $60 million, and taking the one-time costs and having those be, fixed cost reductions, is identify assumptions, even though they may change late in the fall semester. Identify the reductions early in the spring semester, and then actually have the board vote on them, ideally before spring break. So all of this would be backed up several months. The only caveat that I would say that I'd want our community and board to know is that there will still be information that comes out after those initial recommendations come forward. But we know enough now that those kind of variances, may move the needle a little bit. But because the target is $60 million plus, we feel confident that'll be okay. So we're backing everything up pretty significantly in order to address that concern.
Okay, and then just for clarity, because you mentioned a couple of things, and it sounds like we'll talk about it in a minute. But so some of that discussion is going to start in the fall before January?
It'll start, well, really, yeah. As soon as we start the new semester, really into August and September, we'll start those conversations. And we're also proposing in the budget calendar monthly updates regarding our fund balance and just progress in executing the reductions for the 26-27 fiscal year. You know, we give updates in document form, but we want to give actual presentations so it's crystal clear as to where we are regarding our expenses versus budget, and then really clear as well when those assumptions are going to be approved for the 26-27 fiscal year, or sorry, 27-28, and ultimately when those come forward. And if we do this, then the expectation would be that all those significant cuts would be known before you go into spring break, which would give really the entire system the latter half of the spring semester to kind of prepare and transition.
Thank you.
And if I may, just a moment, I think you mentioned that it was an attachment on the budget item, and it's actually its own separate item. Anyone who's looking for it, it's item 7.10 for anyone who's looking for that calendar.
Apologies.
Thank you. That's okay. I just wanted to make sure people know where to find it. Thank you. Anyone else with a question or comment before we move on? Trustees Foster and Gonzalez online. I see you now. Any questions or comments before we move on? You're teeny tiny, so I can't see if you're asking for anything.
No, I'm okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm okay as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will just speak on, I will channel Trustee Foster a little bit and give a special thanks to all of our students who came to advocate and who called us on to record comments. We really appreciate your engagement. One of the important things public schools do is prepare people to be part of our democracy, and we really appreciate you showing up and sharing your voice and your opinion. Thank you all, especially. So before we move to our next item on the agenda, we're going to briefly recess our meeting to go into executive session at 7:27 p.m. pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.074, 551.072, 551.073, 551.087, 551.076, 551.0821, and 551.071. And when we finish with the executive session, we'll return to the open meeting to continue our meeting. Thank you. Hi, we will now reconvene the open meeting at 8:04 p.m. Next up is the President's Report. I want to remind our community that after our June board meetings, Austin ISD will officially transition away from board docs as the platform is being sunsetted. Board docs will no longer exist. And so we will launch Diligent as our new board management software. You'll be able to find the link on the same places on our website, and all of the documents and the history will be transitioned over. So I want to make sure our community is aware of that. I also want to take a moment to recognize and honor the passing of former Austin ISD Superintendent Dr. John Ellis, who passed away peacefully on May 26, 2026, at the age of 96. Dr. Ellis served as superintendent from 1980 to 1990 and was widely respected for his leadership, commitment to educational equity, and lifelong dedication to public education. On behalf of the Austin ISD Board of Trustees, we extend our sincere condolences to his family, friends, and all who were touched by his work, and we're grateful for his service and honor his lasting legacy. And I'd like to thank community member Roxanne Evans for letting us know he was living in Florida, and she made sure we were aware. So thank you to Ms. Evans for that. And I also want to take this time to recognize and celebrate the great work happening across our campuses and throughout the district. And would love for 2 or 3 trustees to share any brief celebrations or achievements from graduations or from the end of the year, if anyone has anything to share. We have just Trustee Hunter.
Yes, Mr. Harris, Wilton Harris at Dobie, was featured by PBS on a whole ACE program of what he does over there, where he brought in barbershop, where he's brought in cosmetology. He and a lot of other teachers have done a lot of work for the students at Dobie, and to see him in that PBS sort of expose, or not expose, that's not a correct word, like sort of dedication to him and all the hard work that he's done there. Was really nice to see him. And then shout out to all of our high schoolers that took EOCs. I mean, good work on those tests. Like statewide, but really shout out to our kids to see them grow, and like the numbers are going up. Like even in students, our marginalized communities, the numbers are still going up. There's still a gap and they're still low, but they are going up, and that is a good sign. So I'm excited about that.
Thank you very much. Anyone else have anything you'd like to share? Trustee Urioste.
I got a chance to go to the Mosaic of the Minds unveiling over at the PAC. It was a really beautiful, inspiring sculpture mosaic project. McCallum Fine Arts, a grant from the Hog Association? Foundation, sorry. Sorry for the misquote. But I think over 100 individual busts that were made by students that were then assembled into a really beautiful mosaic, and it's also a mental health awareness piece, and it was really inspiring.
Thank you, and I know teacher Abby Burnham worked on that, and I think another teacher as well. So yeah, thank you. That will be out. That's outside for anyone to see, correct? Yes, thank you. And I also just want to share a thanks to everyone at Austin ISD and everyone in our community who's hosting Austin ISD interns this summer through the Austin Ed Fund project. We have had an intern with us during a board meeting already, and we know that they're out there doing work and really getting exposure to the workplace thanks to the generosity of the Ed Fund and our donors and community businesses and other employers who participate. So thank you. Okay, next up, we will move on to our information reports and updates. And Mr. Segura, will you please introduce the next item?
Yes, trustees, I'd like to welcome up Ms. Katrina Montgomery, our Chief Financial Officer, to assist me in presenting the 2025-26 budget update, as well as the 26-27 recommended budget update. Before we get going, I just want to kind of acknowledge the pain that our community, that our staff, that really everybody in the city is feeling as we navigate these very difficult budget challenges and decisions. We've been working very hard as a system to move the needle, and one of the things that often is challenging when you go through this type of work is that it feels invariably like the goal kind of moves, or the target moves. And here in a couple slides, we'll talk about the current 25-26 budget and the fact that, our projected fund balance for this year is dipping below 15%, which is not a place that we want to be. And much of that is driven by average daily attendance, the enrollment, the fifth 6 weeks. And so it is hard. It is very challenging to navigate. Everything that we talk about now, because our budget is so dependent on people, which as it should be as an educational institution, makes every one of these decisions very, very difficult. And it happens very quickly as we move towards the end of the year. So I just wanted to kind of acknowledge that point. And I'll hand it over to Katrina Montgomery to take us through the first several slides, and then we'll kind of get through the rest of the budget.
Thank you, Superintendent Segura and trustees. Today we're going to do two things. We're going to go over our FY 25-26 budget update, and then, as Superintendent Segura talked about, we're going to do our recommended budget for 26-27. So for FY 25-26, our budget update in the 25-26 adopted budget, this is the budget that was adopted by the board in June, and we were saying at that moment that our deficit would be a negative $19 million. And then we gave additional projections in January of 2026, where our budget deficit grew to $49 million. And as of today, we're saying that our projection we will have a deficit of $95 million. And so we're going to talk in detail about how this happened. Our revenue has decreased, and we're going to talk about that more in detail. Our additional operating expenditures, and then there were a few key points that happened. We didn't control the spending as well as we would have wanted to do, but there was also pending property monetizations that were used to reduce the adopted budget deficit. One of them was a property for $26 million, which is still pending and will not happen in 25-26. We've talked about that. And then there was an additional property that we had in here for a sale of $19 million, and it's coming in. Now you can see it 17 million or 16.9 million to be exact. So on the future slides, you're going to see a lot of the reasons we're here talking about what the superintendent just said, that the budget fund balance at 15.1%, we are looking at our projections that we will be below that. If you see the projections to the far right, it says 10.1%. So I want to take some time to talk about, we are still working to get that number up from 10.1%. We are still reducing spend, doing all that we can to get this number above the 10.1% and more aligned with what the board has, the budget fund balance at 15.1%. So some of the things you can see here on this next slide is some budget implications. These are things that we've kind of talked about before, but we just wanted to kind of lay out what has happened in 25-26. The superintendent and I talk about a lot how we ended up here, and some of it is because of the massive things that we've had to deal with this year. We've had declining ADA at 3.95%, declining enrollment at 4%. We built our budget on additional property values of a -2%. They ended up coming in at -4%, so that's an additional -2%. And so if you take that with the difference in recapture, that's a $26.6 million impact. Then you have additional expenditures, fundings. This is funds that were given on top of the budget for $15 million. The Rosedale sale we just talked about, the $26 million that didn't happen. And then the Brooks sale, the $2.1 million. And we gave additional school improvement investments for our 3 middle schools of $8 million. So these are some of the things that we've done over the 25-26 year. And I want to take a second to just read this vital statement. The FY 25-26 budget was adopted using conservative assumptions. However, additional declines in enrollment, attendance, and property values, combined with approximately $28.1 million in anticipated property sale revenue that did not materialize, increased budget pressures and contributed to the current projected deficit. So this just gives us a little bit more information. This next slide talks about our change in ADA and enrollment. So we built our budget on refined ADA of 64,100, and we've talked about at the end of last year, our ADA was at 64,700. So we did build in a lower assumption when adopting the budget for FY 25-26, and we said our enrollment would be at 72,303. And one of the things you will see is every 6 weeks, our numbers have been impacted. So our superintendent has been really clear when we hear that, oh, why are our numbers changing so much? Every time we get additional numbers, the numbers change. So normally when you would do an income statement, you would have your projection, you would have what your revenue is, you would bill your expenses on that, and that would be how you would plan for the rest of the year. But because our revenue is built on funding, you can see that our average daily attendance was adoption 64,100, and as of 5th 6 weeks, which was April 10th, we were at 60,525. Our enrollment budget adoption was 72,303. At the end of 5th 6 weeks, we were at 69,241. So consistently, you can see that these numbers change. One of the trends we do see is that as of 5th and 6th 6 weeks, our ADA continuously drops. So what we're looking at here is if our ADA drops, there is an opportunity or a chance that we might fall below the 10% fund balance. So I wanted us to start talking about what does this look like. So last year we did a tax and revenue anticipation note. And so we borrowed $19 million and we paid back interest of $250,000. So for the 26-27 school year, so when we look at our cash, we get our tax collections in. They start coming in late November, but in December and January. And then we use those funds to go all through the next year. We're fine on cash until in August we pay our recapture payment. And when we pay the recapture payment, we've talked about that's when cash gets very constrained. And so what we've done last year is we've monitored how we released our accounts payable, making sure we were still paying our staff timely. But for 26-27, the outlook is that we're going to have to borrow earlier this year and more money.
Yeah, if you could hold there real quick, Katrina, because there's something that you said that I think I want to reinforce.
Okay.
I heard some folks call in about it, and it's around enrollment. And one of the things I want to point out is that every urban school district, and really most school districts in the state of Texas, are seeing a significant reduction in enrollment. And when you think about what was just shared with the Public House Committee, talked about the fact that 60,000 of the 4,000 students who are no longer in the state of Texas public education system, the majority of those were students identified as economically disadvantaged. And we know where those students are. We know that immigration policies have really impacted enrollment in our community. We know where they are. We can compare last year's enrollment to this year's enrollment. We have conversations with principals. We have conversations with staff. I want it to be very clear that there are things happening to us. And as hard as we are trying, there are things that simply we just have to navigate through. And enrollment due to legislative changes tied to immigration policies is a big part of that. So I just wanted to make that point. And then also lastly on this slide, whenever we provide updates to our board, our commitment, Katrina and mine, is to make sure that we're providing precise, up-to-date numbers. And so the fact that we're sharing 5th, 6 weeks and making adjustments, or 4th, 6 weeks and making adjustments, that is our practice. It's something that we're going to continue to do, but it's also going to create kind of that unsettling feeling whenever the numbers move away from you, which in this case they did. And again, enrollment and average daily attendance tend to dip at the end of the year. You're at the point where there's just fewer weeks left, right? And families are making different decisions as they head into the summer. So I just want to make those 2 points because I want to be responsive to some of the comments that we heard earlier tonight.
Can I ask a question now, just to be timely in terms of the question? Ms. Montgomery, you talked about we make choices with regards to when to forfeit the $700 million that's going to be sort of seized by the state. And there are, reasons to do it earlier, reasons to do it later. Given that we're talking about taking out a payday loan and then encumbering the interest that goes with that, is there any benefit or thought about a later surrendering of the recapture funds?
Trustee Foster, August 15th is the last date. We used to remit the recapture payment earlier, but because we are investing to make sure that we can get as much interest as possible to put back into the system, August 15th is the last date that we can make the recapture payment timely per guidelines.
So we're already at our end in terms of when we forfeit the money.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So now we're going to move on to FY 26-27, our recommended budget update. So this is our general fund. We also have the food service and the debt service fund budgets that are presented here. But our general fund, we're basing our revenue off of a 3% decline in enrollment and a 3% decline in property values. So our revenue is $1,477 million. Our recapture is $630 million, and our operating expenditures is $907 million. This operating expenditure number includes the reductions that you will see us talk about later. So the net change is $60 million. And so then we have 4 properties that we're saying that we will monetize in order to get the $60 million. This current view here gets us to a 15.5% fund balance. But the thing I want us to be clear about is if when we end 25-26, this, and it is different than 15%, that is going to impact 26-27. So let me state this again. So for 26-27, you have to have a starting point, and this starting point assumes that we ended the year at 15%. So if we end 25-26 any different than 15%, that will have a direct impact for 26-27. So when we look at our fund balance policy, our operating expenditures we just discussed is $907 million. So what we've normally done in the middle is the 20%, which is the standard goal, which is approximately 73 days worth of reserves, which means based on the operating expenditures, we should have $181.4 million in our fund balance. Exemplary goal, we've gotten this from looking at the first rating, would be 90 days, and that's 25% at $226.8 million. And then a targeted goal is 16% at $145.1 million, or 60 days worth of reserves. So this, if you look at the 15% fund balance, it's really close to the 16%, but we just wanted to kind of express it in the number of days of reserve that you will have on hand. So we did our review process, and this is the work that you've heard the superintendent talk about, where we went line item by line item. We looked at department compliance documents, principal engagements, we had vertical team leads, stakeholder engagements, and then we've also had conversations and workshops with our Board of Trustees. And so we got a detailed list of all expenses with compliance requirements. It was some great ideas by our staff to label them continue, rescale, or stop. And then we looked at initial considerations, and we continuously have to make changes. So when you hear people say, well, oh, I'm just learning about that, that is because we're having to continuously make additional reductions to the budget. Superintendent Review Committee, we looked at compliance checks, standards of service, and SRI bands, and then we have a reduction implementation plan. So on this next slide, it has the implemented budget reductions, a total of $185 million. You have a total of district-wide property monetization and campus of approximately $33 million. And then you have departments, which is the $32 million plus the $17 million, for a total of $49 million. The department force reductions is what we spoke about on last Thursday. We gave to our senior leadership and departments to have an additional $17 million worth of reduction. Our senior leadership, we're all currently trying to understand how we're going to make those additional $17 million in reductions. Is it going to be staffing, and is it going to be non-staffing? We have lots of senior leadership are having conversations now. I've spoken to quite a few today who are having conversations with staff who will be impacted by this additional $17 million reduction. The last thing I want to say about this is we've talked about, for this additional $17 million reduction, the timeline to our department staff is they will be notified by June 15th. Our talent strategy team members are supportive of that, June 15th. And then we will keep the employees staffed until July 31st. Because what we want to do as a district is, even though we know these are excruciating times, we want to make sure for our departments we're giving our staff as much time as possible. But what I also want to say is for our campuses, the reason why it's different is because we're placing our campus, we're placing our teachers, we're placing people that are certified. So we want to make sure that we're giving our staff as much notice as possible, and giving notice on June 15th and making an impact by June 30th is something that goes against what we've talked about, our morals and our values. So the summary of reductions by org, this is the document that it has all of the reductions that equals the $185 million. Included in this number is the $17 million of where staff, department staff, central staff, we're going in trying to figure out how much additional needs to be cut. But I want to be really clear, this $185 million number is all inclusive. So if you look at finance, we use my department as an example, you will see this sheet and it has the org name. So under finance, I have budget, the CFO, contracts and procurement. District property insurance is also under my team, and then finance, mailroom, state, and federal. And then you'll see the items here. So you'll see budget, reduce the cost of AlloView, which is our budgeting software. We reduced it by 50%. You can see budget has overtime for $1,000. So this is where when people say they want to see the line-by-line impacts, this is the example that you will see in attachment 2. You will see the recommendation, is it to rescale, stop, or continue? And then you will see the FTE impacts. You will see the validated budget savings amount and then the category. So for example, if you look at finance accounted 2, we said we were going to stop it. It was one position for a total of $88,000, and it was a vacancy that was collapsed.
Yeah, Katrina, this is a place I want to pause here for a moment because there have been lots of comments around, central office, I want to see the cuts, and I want to be really clear. Many of those are listed in the backup, but also there are many people who are having conversations with staff this week, and I'm not going to put someone on the list unless they've had that conversation. And so I think in alignment with our values, I want our community to understand, we are making the difficult decisions, we are downsizing, but we have to do it in a way that is thoughtful for the person who's giving their career to Austin ISD. And those conversations have to be done face to face. And so you're going to see over the course of the next couple slides notes saying this number is going to change, the number is going to change because that conversation either has taken place, but the document has been updated, or it hasn't quite taken place yet. But that is occurring this week and early into next week. But this is just what that's going to look like, and this is a majority of the impacted positions, but not all of them.
Right. So departmental position reduction. So this slide is general fund only, and to the far left you see the division, and if it was impacted by a person. So one of the examples this total field was 84, but before I go any further, I want to highlight the majority of this is special education. And so I want us to be really clear, of these 69 people, some of these staff members' days changed, right? It doesn't mean that 69 people in special education no longer have a job. So of that was one of the things, but then of the 69, Dr. Lee and her team are working really hard to try to place. If a person on her team has a certification, she's working with talent strategy to try to place. But that is 69 current in this example for special education. So you have field FTEs of 84, the savings is 7.53, and then you have the vacant positions. Of 196.5, the vacant savings is $15 million, and then you have total FTEs of 280.55 for a total savings of 22.55. So again, these are departmental positions, and it's general fund dollars only.
And just, Katrina, this is where that note comes in that I just referred to on the right-hand side, where it said FT counts presented are preliminary and do not include additional staffing reallocations currently being identified by departments to address the 17 million reduction target. They're underway and will be kind of added to this list, and those will, almost all of them, be filled.
Right. Yes. So this is a slide that was presented last week by Dr. Stapleton, and we just wanted to spend just a few seconds giving some updates on this slide. So when we talked about our campus, there were impacted staff of 246. Of that, 197 were certified, 49 were non-certified. And then this is where I want to give some appreciation to our talent strategy team members, because now, as a week later, so from where I presented last Thursday, they had 67 placed staff members. They now have 91. Placements not needed, that number was 58 last Thursday. It's 68 this week. And awaiting internal confirmation, it was 15 last week. It's now 17. And then last week, placements needed was 31, and it is now 18. So you can see that the team is deliberately working with our staff at campuses to make sure they are placed as soon as possible. This next slide is you're going to see. This is additional information that we've heard requested. So this is a summary of positions that are greater than $75,000 based on base salary. You can see, again, youth finance. There are 25 finance staff members on this list for general fund contribution of 1.91, 0.35 is bond, other is 0.37, which will be grants, and so it equals 2.62. So you can see it very clearly by division, the count, the percent of the count, the general fund amount, how much comes from bond, other, and then the total. So this slide is attachment 6, and it is also uploaded for our community as well as our board to review.
Yeah, and attachment 6 includes each position, not just the summary.
Yes, it's detailed, yes.
Correct. All right, so I'll go ahead and run through these slides. Based on feedback from the last meeting a week ago, I want to provide some clarification around some of the cost reduction strategies. And I think Trustee Singh brought up some really good points, and certainly we've been thinking through them, but had not presented kind of what it's going to look like or how it might look. So first I want to talk about is transportation. One of the things that we are proposing is that we consolidate from 3 bus terminals to 2. The Sagert Terminal, which is adjacent to Tony Berger Stadium, will be merged with the Southeast Terminal. We have the space, we have the capacity. It'll allow us to operate without really any impact and free up some opportunities downstream as we move to become more efficient. The other thing that I wanted to provide clarity around was the transportation hub model. If you go to the next slide, I think the way that it was communicated was that hubs would only be at elementary schools, and I certainly want to can acknowledge that the way that it was presented and the way the slide had been built up, that was my fault. Kind of communicated that was the only configuration. Really what we're trying to do as part of this strategy was just significantly reduce the number of stops. One example in my neighborhood is there's multiple stops within one neighborhood, and what we're proposing is to have a stop in a neighborhood versus one every 2 blocks. We haven't determined the threshold as far as walkable distance, but we certainly want to acknowledge that hazardous corridors and thoroughfares will be part of the configuration. What we're proposing is that to move away from really hundreds and hundreds of stops to more of a hub model, but those hubs do not have to be at elementary schools. In some cases, they may be at elementary schools or other schools, but generally speaking, we expect to have more hubs throughout the community at locations that can support the congregation of students. And in fact, this happens already, just not at this scale. So that's what it's going to look like. This graphic kind of shows how the configuration, if adjusted, would reduce the overall transportation cost, and that's what we would expect to consider as we move forward. Next slide. And this just shows kind of that graphic. There's also some other conversations that we've had about kind of bringing just different student groups together on a bus to make the buses more full. That may be an opportunity in some locations, perhaps not in others. Something that we haven't done before. We certainly heard that there may be an opportunity and create really a kind of an easier kind of transition in the morning for some families. I just want to kind of reinforce that the hubs are not at elementary schools only. In some cases, that may be the case. They're going to be throughout the community. and it's really in an effort to have fewer stops. And this hopefully shows that. When it comes to clarifications around fine arts and athletics, as far as elementary schools, we'll continue to offer music and art programs. Families will receive specific staffing and program changes no later than June 11th. There's a slide that we're going to show here in a moment that talks about the impact of fine arts programs. And I get questions about, is this going away or is this going away? And the reality is that there's been no directive given by the superintendent's office about any program going away. We value fine arts, we value athletics. If we're going to try to find solutions. The adjustments have been made either due to staffing allocations, where there might be two sections of one, but now it might be one, or the student choice just wasn't there. Like the need of the campus didn't support the program. And as of now, there's only two that I'm aware of that have been modified to agree to where it feels as though they're being eliminated. When it comes to athletics, I certainly want to acknowledge all the students that showed up today. Water polo and alternative transportation solution is something that Jason Glenn, our executive director of athletics, and I have been working through. One of the things that's been driving this was just the cost of transportation tied to the smaller student group. What we're going to propose is allocating a bus to each of the campuses, and then having the coach or a coach at the campus be the driver of the bus, which happens right now at many of our campuses, but it hasn't been done in a way that truly leverages a reduction in overall cost. And so if we follow that model, I think we can find a solution where Austin ISD would pay for the UIL expenses and then partner with our water polo communities to offset the other costs that come along with it. But because we're driving down the transportation cost, we think it'll be manageable. So feel confident that with that plan in place, we can support moving forward with continuing water polo, but it's going to be at a reduced cost. It's going to show up as a reduction, and the commitment is going to be that, the team is going to use AIC transportation, but it's going to be driven by a coach, which again happens all across Austin ISD now. The cost is really driven by AISD transportation providing that transportation solution previously. So going on to the next slide, this is just a graphic representation of the impacts by program. As of June 11th, the fine arts program that has been identified as a reduction is the choir at O'Henry, which is I think the one that we've heard most of. That's, again, not a decision that was, made by the superintendent. It was really a function of choice and then staffing allocation. As we move forward, I want to be really clear, we're having conversations with principals, they're coordinated, working with academics and school leadership to make sure that we can preserve programming vertically through our schools, but also if a change has to be made, that we're communicating in a timely manner. As far as partnerships, as we move to the next slide, Dr. Maxwell has been in conversations with each of the partners. We are finalizing the campuses. I know our families have been eager to know which campuses, and our commitment all along has been to work with each of the partners, just kind of acknowledge the budget constraints that we're in, identify the schools that have the highest need, and then make adjustments accordingly. So we are continuing on with rescaling of these partnerships, but the schools are near final. And again, this had not been done in isolation. It has been done in partnership with these critical partners. So just wanted our trustees to know and our community to know that that has been an ongoing conversation, and we'll have that information shortly. Special education. I'm sure our trustees have heard me say this, and certainly our community has, I think, a time or two. There are two big drivers of expenses within Austin ISD that are far greater than what we actually get reimbursed from by the state. The first is transportation. You've heard me say that, for every $7.14, we receive $1 back. And the other is special education. This graphic here shows the annual spend by year. You can see back to 2022, 141 million, going all the way up to 188 million for the 2027 proposed budget. And then you'll see below it the state allotment, or effectively what we get from the state of Texas in order to cover that cost. Now, the one thing that I want to acknowledge is that, as an organization for the last several years, we've been recovering and stabilizing to the best of our abilities our system to support our students that receive special education services. So there's been additional spend, but as we stabilize the system, that spend will come down, but it's not likely to get anywhere near a level that will be fully covered by the state of Texas. I think that's been acknowledged by lots of legislators and certainly been talked about at the state level for quite some time. And as we ramp down, we have to be very thoughtful of maintenance of effort and adjustments. But we're confident that we'll be able to reduce over time, still ensure that our students are getting the services they need, and just acknowledge that this is a severe area where our costs far outweigh what we get reimbursed for by the state. As we transition to the next couple slides, I'll hand over to Katrina, but I do want to just reinforce that we are on a different agenda item have a new proposed budget calendar. We are proposing having monthly presentations, not just documentation or backup updates, and that we are going to be bringing forward assumptions that will determine our budget for 27-28 much earlier in the process. We're also going to be bringing forward reductions much earlier in the process. It's going to be harder because there is going to be some conversations around, do you have all the information to ensure that this cut is the right cut? And the honest truth is that, as we've seen this year and as we've seen the previous years, any small change has a significant impact. But we are committed to bringing these forward, and we are committed to having our board vote on them as appropriate. I think it's really important that we get aligned early in the process. So anything else you want to add to this timeline, Katrina?
No, thank you.
So as we move to 27-28, as Trustee Diorio mentioned, there is a significant effort that we're going to undergo to replace the one-time cost reductions by way of real estate with fixed cost reductions. We're going to be evaluating our contract structures. One of the things that we've experienced this time around is that we have limited options as we go through just a fiscal year. We want to move towards a budget that has 81 to 83% of the budget being payroll. Right now, it's near 90%. That'll help us kind of navigate the ebbs and flows of funding as well as enrollment, average daily attendance. We want to establish the modified budget calendar, which you just heard me talk about, and the goal has to be that we're going to contribute to the fund balance. It has to be that, and we're moving in that direction. As far as next steps go, we are here on June 11th providing an update to our board by way of information session. On June 18th, we'll have the hearing and then ultimately board adoption of the budget on the 18th. And just one thing to keep in mind is ultimately property values will not be certified until July 25th. And that's just a function of our fiscal year lining up with the way that the appraisal district kind of operates. As always, we want to make sure that we reinforce the need for all of us as a community to support registration. We have incredible schools that are doing incredible things. We see that all the time, and I know it's really, really hard at the moment, but there are so many awesome things happening in Austin ISD. We're working very hard together as an administration and as a board over the last couple of years. We've, reduced the number of schools that had Fs. We've improved accountability. We've addressed the TA agreed order, passed the tax rate election. We've addressed vacancies. We've done all these things, and we've still been able to the best of our abilities, ensure that we have a incredible organization, ensuring that our students get what they need to be successful academically, but also just ultimately become a great human. But it's important that we know where those students are and that they enroll, because enrollment and registration helps us understand how to properly staff. And the more clarity we have, the better off we're going to be as we launch the 26-27 school year. So please, 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 if you haven't already, enroll your student. And we know that our principals are working really, really hard because those numbers are moving every day. And there are many schools that are like over 95% or 100%, so that's fantastic. And we're ahead of where we were last year, which is also great news. So with that, I'll stop and hand it over to our trustees to answer any questions that they may have.
Trustee Hunter?
Can you go back to slide 8? So I have a question about property monetization. I just need clarification. I don't know how we can count property monetization and how we don't wind up with another NIMBY lawsuit. How do we, how can we count that?
Yeah, Trustee Hunter, I think, as always, whenever we look at monetization, we look at the constraints on the property. We look at the process we have to go through. We would not bring something forward to our trustees that we didn't think we could close on. I can tell you that Katrina's asking James Valadez, Harry, our real estate attorney, Kenneth Walker, our general counsel, what is the probability of success of closing within the fiscal year that it's tied to? And what I can tell you is that I've been in those conversations, and I am comfortable with putting $60 million on this line item. I think that's a good number. I think it could be better, but I think that's a good number, and I feel confident that we could close that this fiscal year.
Okay, and then I have a follow-up question to that one before I get to my second question. What work is being done in the communities where these properties are? We just can't have green space. If I sold you a house, and I cannot come back to you and say, Matthias, I want you to put carpet in instead of hardwood floors. And that's what it would seem like that's not possible. That doesn't make sense. If a property is sold, the fact that the district and its entities works with the community is really great, because generally in my neighborhood that don't happen. You just drive by and then there's a building that's like 6 feet tall blocking out the library, and now you can't walk through it. How do we communicate? Who doesn't know we need the money? I guess the question is, how do we communicate better so that we don't keep winding up with people saying, I want a park, I want a green space, I want a whatever. Don't build this building, don't build housing.
Yeah, Trustee Hunter, I want to credit kind of the team for making adjustments as we move through this process versus the last process. Jamie Miller, our interim operations officer, and James Valadez, who's our real estate director. We're now in our second round of community engagement around surplus properties. And again, these are properties that we identified as needing to be evaluated to determine what the monetization strategy may or may not look like. It didn't mean that we were going to do something. It meant that we were going to have a conversation. And that's what we did this first round. That was round one. We met with community. We were very clear. There are budget constraints that we have based on a sounding analysis. Is what we think the property could how it could support Austin ISD from a value perspective, and also what the limitations are based on what the community may want or what the deed may restrict. So that was the first round. The second round, we came back and said, okay, we evaluate all the properties. We believe this property lends itself to this type of solution. And I'm happy to say that in almost every case, there's been a pretty significant, there's been a good alignment where we're really clear that, hey, this may not be what you would prefer, but it's something that we think works and meets some of your expectations, but also some of our needs. We have presented that out. We're now in the second round of the meetings where they know what's coming, and some of that's actually in the backup material here for our agenda item. And those have I think gone well. You're not hearing a lot of community feedback at the moment regarding like a disagreement on the direction that we're headed as a whole. There's going to be pockets of it. So I think there's a lot better alignment. So this is now round 2. So I would say James and Jamie, they've been at all these meetings. We've been having these conversations. So it's not a surprise, and it's very clear the direction we're heading. So I think that's going to help.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. And then something that I don't see on here that actually I've mentioned before, and it's something that I wanted to look into, that I did look into this week, and it is about our partners. When choosing to continue partnering with a nonprofit or continuing, we don't do any sort of metric, like we don't grade them, right? We don't say, hey, you did a good job, the contract is renewed, or they go back out for it. And I really think that the thing that's going to help us is we need to know what people are doing. And if you say you're serving 300 unique families and doing that, then we need that data to make those decisions, to continue that contract, to renew that contract. And right now, we don't have anything like that. And the school district that I've been following that does that is LA Unified. And you literally have to come and present and say, this is what we have done. This is how we have done it. This has moved the outcomes of students, this, that, and the other. And then a decision can be made, right? And they sort of have a thing kind of like our bands, but not quite like our bands. But I think that there's more to be, I don't want to say cut, but to be moved into where we could better use it, right? Like we said, we have literacy first. That is something, like, so how do we know that that's impactful. We know that that's doing the work. So we can continue because we have that data. But in other partners that aren't presenting that data, or for whatever reason don't disaggregate their data, they need to understand how we continue that. So I don't know, I'm wanting you to help me guide that conversation. Like, what does that look like from a board perspective? Because that's your kind of thing, but what does it look like from a board perspective?
Yeah, no, I think Trustee Hunter, you bring up a very important point. I would say a couple years ago, we attempted to align this, and there are three things that need to occur. First, you need to have a singular point person in the organization who's responsible for managing all the contracts that are tied to partners. Right now, what I'll say is just how we've evolved the last 30 years or 50 years, those contracts are held by different divisions. For example, you brought up Literacy First. Well, that contract is going to be held by academics, while previously communities and schools would be held by student support services. Those are two different orgs. So when it comes to evaluating, you have to make sure that the way that you're going to evaluate them for performance is in the contract or in the procurement process. They understand how they're going to be evaluated when they come back around. That has not been consistent in Austin ISD for many, many years. So what we're proposing this time around as we move forward is collapsing some positions and creating a position that brings all of that together. So there is a single person who is a liaison, the person who's going to oversee the execution of a contract, and then hold partners accountable if they don't meet their end of the contract. And then on a cyclical basis, when they renew, it's not you show me your data and then I have to validate. It's like, this is what I want to see and this is how you're going to propose it to me. That is already something that we've worked through. It's going to be within the academics division, and that will not be until after July 1st for a variety of reasons. But that is exactly what needs to happen, and we haven't had that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Those are the only questions I had.
Josh did part of that. At one point several years ago, he was 1/3 of that. So yeah, it's just been fragmented for quite some time.
Trustees, other questions? Trustee David Oyoste.
What's the timeline for property sales to meet the budget requirement?
Yeah, so for budgeting purposes, we need to close those properties by August of 2027 at the latest. So essentially over a year, a little bit over a year from now.
Just a little over a year.
Yeah, to take account, to be able to take, again, that's for all of them. Many of them will close quicker.
Gotcha.
And then later in the agenda, you'll see kind of an item speaking to that. And again, every time we delay an agenda item, that obviously impacts our timeline.
Additional questions? Trustee Singh?
Yeah. Could you bring up the slide that shows the change in the fund balance for this year? Find that myself. Okay, so I just want to be sure I understand. Okay, so we had previously been, so the budget we adopted so that our fund balance, that our deficit was going to be $19 million. And then we know that that went up to 49 because we weren't able to sell some properties. And now that's projected to be 95 million. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and then how does that impact the 26, 27 deficit that everyone is talking about, the 181? Do we just now add to that, or how does that relate to that?
I think it depends on how quickly you want to recover the 10 to 15 and then beyond, right? So the policy right now is that through 27, 28. So when you look at the negative 95, revenue dropped from 1.580 billion to 1.514 billion, right? So there was a little over $66 million reduction there, even though our operating expenses went down. Mm-hmm. Right, so revenue is really driving that difference. That's to be really, really clear because yes. Revenue went down and expenses also went down. Mm-hmm. But you're right? So if you remember last year, we were going to end the year at 15 point, I forgot what percentage, and then we ended up at 18.6. Mm-hmm. So one of the things that Katrina and I always talk about is that June is it's a hard month because payroll goes way down. Mm-hmm. Spending goes way down, and you always see some fluctuation. But you're right. Whatever we do not pick up as far as the 15%, we would want to pick it up next year. Mm-hmm. If our goal, again, which I think it should be, is to increase fund balance. Now, there's some things that we've talked about. There are things that we've taken totally off the books that are nowhere at this moment, right? Like the real estate property for Rosedale, that's nowhere in any of this. Mm-hmm. There are things that are nowhere in here because I can't count on them because of where they are in the process. Mm-hmm. But it would make the starting point, we would still execute a balanced budget once you take the 60 million, but it would require you to cut more if you're going to fund and increase the fund balance.
Okay.
Right. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so just can you then tell me what deficit we're looking at to close for the 26-27 school year? Because the number that we've been using is 181.
Oh, for next year?
Yes. And so is that now going to increase because we're carrying forward?
We're cutting the 60s is the first, right? So when we think about overall cuts, the 60. And that'll be a fixed cost that comes off for 27, 28, mm-hmm. right? Because you're now going to replace a one-time expense with a fixed cost. So that's going to reduce. And then the additional cuts for 27, 28, anything that you take additionally in 26, 27 would populate the fund balance. So, I think that's what makes it tough. It could be 30 million, it could be 35 million, or 40 million. The challenge we have is this 10.1 is going to swing over the month of November.
Wait, where's the 10.1?
Right here.
Oh, the 10.1%. Okay.
Right, and so how would you say that? A better way to say it?
I'm just looking at the fund balance. When reporters talk about this, are they going to say, okay, our deficit is now, if we did nothing, if we were to make no changes, we know, last week, the answer was $181 million would have been the deficit. Are we saying now that if we did nothing, the deficit would increase by, what is this, $46 million in addition to the 181, or no?
No, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, so hi, Trustee Singh. So first, it is going to have to increase. It might not be dollar for dollar. It might not be the difference between 49 and 95, mm-hmm. but the FY26 $181 million, what the superintendent is saying, if we want to get back to 15% at the end of 26-27, mm-hmm. that $181 million number will increase, or we can say we're going to do a lower percentage. Okay. And then, so that's the options that we have. If we're going to consistently say that we want to stick with the 15%, the $181 million number will have to increase.
Okay, so I think I would like to have a really crystal clear idea of what those numbers are and what those scenarios would be.
Okay.
Like as soon as we can get them, I think that's going to be really helpful. And I think as a board, you know, if we adopt this, but, you know, first of all, we're already violating our own policy, right? Because I think our policy,
You know what our policy is.
right, it capped it at 15.
Yeah.
It was 15%. Okay. So what do we do about that as a board? Do we need to change our policy again? Is it okay if we are just, I don't know if this is a Christine question, but how do we handle that?
Yeah, I mean, it's your policy. You're not required to have a policy that expresses a minimum fund balance as a percentage. So if it happens that you're going to end up with a budget that doesn't comply with that policy, that's your prerogative to do. It's not illegal. May not be your governance preference, but it's a doable thing.
Okay. And then I guess the other question is, I think it's important for us as a board to have some conversation about what we're comfortable with, because we're voting next week. And you all probably need to know what we as a board are comfortable with in terms of the fund balance and the budget that you bring to us, right? And
I'll have a conversation, right? I mean, that's.
okay. So, President Boswell, what are your thoughts?
I mean, I would say I have a few more questions before I
Okay.
can answer that. I just
Okay,
need
got
some
it.
clarity on some things. So if you want to finish your questions, I
Yeah.
can ask mine, and I don't know who else has questions.
appreciate
but
that.
I do think it's a very important question, and I know we are holding the 25th in case we need it, and I very much hope we don't need it. But we could post tomorrow for the 25th, and I think we may need, this is pretty big news. And I think as a backup, we should probably post tomorrow for a meeting on the 25th in case we need it. Because this is a lot to absorb, not just for the board, but for our community, and I think we need some real clarity.
Okay, I appreciate that. The other thing is, and I hate to bring up this, but looking at the enrollment and the ADA declines for the last couple of 6 weeks, do we want to change our assumptions for the 26-27 school year? You know, I think the important thing for me is not that we have a pretty budget, but that we have an accurate budget. And so just put it, like, I don't think there's any room for optimism. I think we need to be as conservative as possible. I know as recently as 2 weeks ago, you know, it sounded like we were going to end at the $49 million budget, and now I'm learning it's actually $46 million more than that of a deficit, almost doubling the deficit. And so I think, like, this is not, I know this is not us. This is not us mismanaging money or anything like that. This is caused by things outside of our control. And so let's just embrace that and actually have a very realistic, very conservative budget. And if there are other things that we're going to have to consider cutting, like in terms of school closures or things like that, things that, you know, I know that you've already said we're going to put a pause on that, but I don't see how we can continue cutting direct services to students. Like, we're at bare bones here, and I would rather see us go back and reconsider closing more schools and maximizing that opportunity than cutting sped services or librarians or bus routes or other things that are going to have such a direct impact on student outcomes. And I know that sounds controversial possibly for people, but a 10% fund balance is not tenable for me, you know, and having these figures brought to us a week before we're scheduled to vote is not tenable. And so like, let's just get the real numbers. Let's get super conservative. I think we do have to go back and take a look at our ATA and enrollment assumptions for the 26-27 school year. And for the fund balance, again, I would appreciate some board conversation around what we are willing to go down to. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have questions over here right now? Trustee Quintana.
Thank you for this. I was, for the classified staff, for our custodians in particular, I wanted to know if they have been made aware of any changes that are coming their way. They have been?
Thank you for the question. Custodians, fortunately, we are able to retain all of the current active employees. I'm unclear. I'd have to check if they've all been notified of potential reassignments, but we will be able to, even though we've changed our staffing model on a square foot basis, basically we believe that we'd be able to retain and reposition any of the existing employees into vacancies. So there won't be any impact or lost positions. We won't be having to eliminate any active roles. They just might be reassigned to a different campus.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. For our SPED students who need transportation, how is that being affected for them?
So that's legally required. So that will be maintained.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not something that would be impacted.
Okay. I didn't think so, but I just wanted to double check. And then as far as, a 10% fund balance and, what we're comfortable with and not comfortable with, I mean, I'm not comfortable with any of it. It's not a comfortable feeling I'll just say that I think probably having a meeting next week is a good idea, because I agree with Trustee Singh that, having this information come a week before we're supposed to vote, when I feel like I still don't have all the information I need to vote, is, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, Trustee Quintana, I want to be really clear. We have not been holding this data. We effectively we closed May financials, and that's what happens. Is we close May financials, and in an effort to be hyper transparent, we update our numbers. So I just want to be very clear. We have not had these numbers. I haven't had them more than 18 hours. I mean, that's just the honest truth. So I'm reacting, making adjustments, and not too much of a distant future than you all are, or past, I should say. So it's hard. The reality of it all is it comes down to, how much we want to build up the fund balance with the 26-27 fiscal year versus the 27-28, right? I mean, because at this point, you're limited in how much it'll move. I mean, like last year, like I said, it went from I forgot what percent, to 18.6. So there'll be some movement. And that's based on audited financials, which we won't have until probably August. It's sometime from now. November? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it usually doesn't settle out. So we're going to make decisions, and as we should, but even 2 or 3% or 1%, like it's going to move. But I do want to acknowledge that we will likely be below 15%. And I think that's the big question here, right?
Yeah, I think I appreciate the ebbs and flows of data and information that we get at the different times that we get them. But I think personally, I was going, into this conversation thinking that we were going to, stay at 15, and it's just a surprising thing. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yeah. Trustee Kaufman.
I'll need to pull up the page again, but on the potential loan, can you go back to that page, the trans? So that was last year's. We spent $250,000, which is like 4 teachers or almost a quarter of the, more than a quarter of the librarian cuts we're making. What are we expecting those numbers to be this year if we have to make those payroll loans earlier and they may be paid out over a longer period of time? Do we have an estimate of what we might be spending on interest on those loans this year?
I don't at this moment, Trustee Kaufman, because I have to start reaching out to our banks to see. We need to get a firm number of what the amount that we would need to borrow would be, how long we would need to keep it, as well as what the current interest rates are.
Right.
So all of that will depend, but I will say that we're going to try to borrow, like we did last year, the least amount of as possible, as well as keeping it for a limited amount of time. So we're not going to go out and get a larger amount for a cushion. But I don't have the answer to that at this moment.
But am I correct that at some point then that number will also get added to next year's 181 as another cost that needs to be offset with additional
Yes, sir,
cuts?
you're correct.
Okay.
Wait, say that again. Just that.
So the cost of the interest on any additional tax and revenue anticipation note will have to be added onto the amount of money needed to cut from next year's budget, because that'll be an additional expense which needs to be offset by an additional cut if we're going to get to our balance again.
Okay.
Is that, it appears like it's an additional expense.
It is an additional expense.
Not currently in the budget.
Yeah, it's an additional expense. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know that we would have a line item that clearly state, it would be bundled into like fees, interest, or, it would be a much bigger bundle, but yeah, that'd be an additional expense.
Okay. So I know we're not having that discussion yet, but I just want to throw that in as my 2 cents for the importance of the fund balance being restored and being a number that's higher, because that's just throwing money away. Okay, I had a lot of questions, but they've mostly been kind of stifled by this news, because I had, yesterday I had planned to come in and talk a lot about librarians and ask questions, and to talk about CIS and the transportation hubs, which are 3 things that I really found to be, really, really hard to accept. But now I anticipate that we will have to accept that and lots more. So I don't know how to ask those questions now when we're facing these types of numbers. So I won't be able to ask about those at this time. I do have some questions I'd like to talk about if our 1-to-1 gets rescheduled. We haven't had ours since they got I would like to add to that agenda to talk about some of the central office positions at the executive director level and higher. Going through the list that you sent us, I do have would like some clarity on what the role of some of those positions are, and whether those are things that have been considered or could be considered. So, but that's all I have today.
Thank you, Trustee Whitledge.
Yes, so right now I'm looking at attachment 2. Sorry, I'm looking at attachment 2 from budget item 4.1. There's to outside. Oh yeah, thank you. And so we have our campus cuts, or what are listed at the top of attachment 2. So I'm looking at the librarian ratio change, which would be essentially leaving. How many campuses would not have a full-time access to a librarian?
I'd have to look at the number with you, pull it up.
And that's something I asked for last meeting. And not just having the cuts like this, but having like each campus, like the name of campus, half-time librarian. And so instead of band 3 and 4, folks don't know what that means. Or, I want to see like Hill Elementary, first grade, or what, I want to see every position listed for our budget and for our community.
Yeah, so we have this is not the one I thought you would be referring to, because there's one that does have our campuses, but it shows 24, 25, and 25, 26, 26, 27. Which one is that? It's not attachment 2.
Which attachment?
It does total FTEs.
Yeah, but I don't want to see it like a total. I want to see the elementary school name and the position. And maybe if it's elementary teacher, like, and I want to see one by one, because I think when it's netted, it's kind of harder to see. And if we are looking at, approving a budget next week and maybe offering amendments to that budget, I'd like some more specificity. And I think this is our opportunity to give feedback for the district to, amend the budget before that meeting. So I think we're kind of like at the point where we're looking at these individual trade-offs. When I'm looking at, about $800,000 in librarians, and I'm looking at like an entire department that was added by this board. So that was the ombudsman's office. So that was something that was like lobbied for by the community. Our board added it. And it's something that like I think we should have in good government is an ombudsman's office. In a school district, when I'm looking at like what is a school and losing librarians in a school compared to having an office outside of the school that, may or may not resolve issues that happen in the school. We're going to have fewer issues if we have appropriate size classes, if we have librarians who are supporting the whole school. So if it's a trade-off for me, I'd rather have the librarians. And so that's a little bit over $300,000. If I'm looking at, would I rather have that office and an office of a deputy superintendent? I would rather have all of our schools have full-time librarians. So I want to offer these ideas for next week. Because I would like to resolve this budget next week. My flight lands at 5:20 for my trip. I'll be here at 6. I would like to resolve the budget and have something we can pass. And so let's go to attachment 7, if we can. And I'm sorry, Ms. Montgomery, I know you were in your PowerPoint, and now there's a lot of attachment.
Josh, can you help?
Josh.
And then Josh, can you hang out there so we can make it big?
What attachment did you ask for?
Oh, yes, attachment number 7. And this one I have some questions about.
I'll stay here.
Okay, thank you.
And can you make it like a lot bigger? Then we can scroll around. Okay. Smaller so we can see the line, like just so it fits all the columns. Okay. So when I see Department of Communication and Engagement, adding 10 positions, what are those positions?
Yeah, so I'm gonna have to look at the details of it.
Sure.
Because there's collapsing of departments. I know the PSSs came over, you have the enrollment department that's come over. These orgs are collapsing multiple departments. So I need to just make sure, because sometimes it's just a movement, and which looks like an increase. We'll have to
get that.
We have to research it.
Well, Christina, can you speak to it? You just come over, just come up. Just come up, if you can. Okay.
Okay, and so I'll just, ask for that detail with these change. I mean, I think we really want to know who is here, what are they doing, what are we paying for? Like, we need to know that for all the positions. Because we are cutting down to the bone, and it's not that anyone's position isn't extremely valuable, they all are, but we are at the point where we're having to make major trade-offs that affect our students' lives in our campuses. So I need to know the details to make sure we're making all the right trade-offs. And, and like up here, like, the superintendent, you have a different perspective than at the campuses, and we can miss each other, right? We can miss some of the important work that each other are doing. And that's why we have to come together to have some say. And like the only say that our community gets is, that's why we're elected to be here. So I have to make sure that we're making, that I'm comfortable when I vote, and that each of us are comfortable when we vote on all these, because we know we're down to the bone and we're down to the nitty gritty, and it's really, really hard. So those are, I think that answers the questions that can be answered today. And I thank you for bringing that for next week, so we can, hopefully get to the strongest budget we can have.
I was able to get clarification on DCCE. So Org 709 absorbed Org 735, which is Student Support Services. And so that was, I think, the driver of it. I can give the breakdown, but that's really what you're seeing in some of these moves. So I'll make sure we make it hyper clear, especially where there's like what's an increase, to show kind of what's been collapsed together, which isn't, I mean, we have fewer departments now.
And I would say maybe even a decrease, because that decrease, it might not be a position elimination, it might be a move to another department. So I think.
Yeah, like if you look at 735, you see minus 10.
Yep.
Right, and that's what we combine two departments. So is effectively what's happened. Not an overall net increase, but anyway. So I'll that's good stuff. Like I can take those details and provide. There's always a reason.
Right.
I just want to make sure I provide that clarity to our trustees.
Thank you.
And I have the comment on librarian and ombudsman's office.
Community.
In our
That's
community.
What we,
Deputy soup and librarians, and then the comms, and I'll continue to look at that.
And then athletics. So that was another one that, and just because it's so nitty gritty right now, like, I mean, in any department, like, we need 9 extra people, right? So that wouldn't normally be something that's in such a large organization. That'd be like, who are these 9 people? But today, just one,
Yeah, there it is, yeah.
And those,
So
wondering what that is.
Yeah, so athletics from about 3 years ago, and I'm almost certain this is the case here. 3 years ago, we moved grounds out of athletics, and then this year we moved them back in.
Okay.
And that was really an effort. I think at the time, what we were trying to do is to provide the resources of this service center, so that if we needed to, we were mowing lawns and then we would stop at the field. Effectively, what was happening. And so what we said is, okay, we're going to do it all together. And now with Coach Glenn and kind of the reconfiguration of the service center, in an effort to maintain the fields properly, we've moved some of those grounds crews back to athletics. So I'm almost certain that's what that is, because the department itself has actually shrunk.
And then the pay range of those folks, it's like about 40. They're making about $40,000 each if they're all making the same. So that
would make sense.
Sounds about.
Yeah, and I can provide clarity around that, but I'm almost certain that's what that is. And again,
And I would say, like, my big question is, I would say just that, like, that line by line staffing of, which I asked last week, for our, like, of all of our employees, so who has been cut, who is staying, or like who has been moved? Not necessarily with their name, but position.
So we did provide it by the org.
Right.
So we have it by org. And then we do have it by campus, but I don't know that I have it by grade level by campus. And so what we said was, because you have counselors, principals, librarians, teachers. There's lots of staff on a campus, so we did total FTE to show the difference. I have some of that backup and the details behind it. I'll work with the team to try to produce something that meets your expectations.
Okay.
But it is.
And just for, yeah, I mean, I think it's to make this data clear to someone who isn't like deep in accounting and deep in the 579 budget or which, line item.
Yeah, and Trustee Whitley Chu, one of the things that we want to acknowledge is that there are two things driving reductions in staff at campuses. It's the ratios, but also enrollment. And I think sometimes it's hard, not that that's your question, but sometimes when you look at the net, it can feel as though all of those are coming from ratios, but in fact what it is the school has a lower projected enrollment in many cases. And that is hard to break out. But that's the honest truth. There are schools that are not having the same enrollment as they did the year prior. And we as a district had not done a good job of leveling.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you actually hold our allocation methodology true, there is a difference. But I'll look to figure out which ones are driven by ratios.
My bigger concern, and I think, that I've heard from the community and from the trustees, is the class sizes. So I would like to see a budget that holds elementary class size ratios. Like, I would like to see what that number looks like. So that does not make our classes bigger in elementary. I would like to see a budget number, like to see, okay, if we do the class size change versus not.
Yeah, we have that number. I could probably produce it fairly quickly because that's what we used to kind of get the number down.
Yeah.
I have to go back to
And I was
my
saying
notes.
because I'm sure you don't have it today, but I know you
We
can
produced
get
it before, so I can produce it again.
It's around.
So we're just going to have to add it as a line item. I mean, we'll have to share the number. I can't go in and kind of integrate those adjustments. What I have to do is just say, hey, this is what the expected modification would be, so it's easy for you to see what it is as a whole, as a global.
And I think for trustees to decide, like, is that the budget change we want to make, or is it the one we want?
Yeah.
Because I think that for our families and for our teachers and for folks worried about our student outcomes, that is a number of high concern. And then when people are picking their schools, knowing that their child is going to get the individual attention that they need, and it's harder in public school because we like if we have a school where we say, oh, there's already X, we already have 20 kids in kindergarten, no more kids. But we don't do that, which is good. But if a parent knows, oh, that class could be this big, that is even a big concern for our enrollment. So
I got it in my notes.
thank you for those answers.
Thank you. Trustees Foster and Gonzalez, do you have questions from cyberspace here?
I'm good.
Okay, Trustee Gonzalez?
No, my questions have been asked mostly by other trustees. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have a few, go ahead, Trustee Urioste.
I just kind of wanted to continue what will probably be my refrain for the next year, is I am still very concerned about the 60 million deferred based on property sales. I understand the confidence that you're talking about in affecting those in the time frame that we would need. My concern is, and just throwing out there, if 50% of those sales don't go through, and I'm using tablecloth math here, if we have 30 million that then gets added to the 60 that we got to make up the next year, that's already 90 million. I'm concerned about.
Well, you would have taken 30, so
we would have gotten 30.
Then you would have given back.
So we'd still owe 30, and then we'd have the 60, so that's 90. I'm concerned about the entitlements going away still. I'm not going to be alleviated of that fear until the people that have been saying that that's part of the agenda are not affecting that agenda anymore. It is very much still on the timeline. So Title I, IDEA, I mean, it's 10% of our budget roughly from federal funds. And the other element is that session's not going to be happening until well past when I think wisely we're already working on the budget stuff. We have to plan ahead of that. And I have no anticipation of that being, even if there was a beneficial change, that it would be significant enough to address the amount of deficit. So I appreciate a lot of the discussion about mitigating the impacts for this next year. I would like to see us taking meaningful steps to measure the impacts of the cuts we're doing. Nothing that we did last year or this year is ideal for improving the organization. And I understand the significance that the staffing ratios play in our bottom line because of payroll. But in no classroom situation that I can think of is it ever optimal to have a worse ratio for the students to teachers. I mean, unless we're talking about like 10 kids in the class and you say, hey, it would be better socially to have some more kids in the class, maybe then I would think about increasing the class size. But that's not what we're doing. We're very clearly trying to save money by increasing class sizes so we have less teachers. I want us to look at that impact so that when we're considering the cuts that will have to happen next year, we can actually have some data on the specific. I know we have talked about the prospective impact on students, but we're doing things right now that we would not choose to do if we didn't have to. And so I think, particularly around special education, I think a very measurable metric will be look at the change of placements from students this year or at the beginning of next year. How many students are moved into more restrictive environments as those class sizes go up? I think it's something that we could use at the ledge. It's something that we can use, campaigning for funding. There's a lot of different elements, but first and foremost, it's empirical data. We made these changes, and this many kids dropped out of gen ed, or they moved into more restrictive environments. And I think, again, we're going to make a budget one way or the other. It's not going to be ideal. It's not going to be moving more towards what we would want. Before we were talking about ideal state. Now we're talking about survivable state, sustainable state. Suffice to say is I would like to have at least a couple data points that we can monitor. It doesn't have to be the entire system, but some, clear outliers that we can see the level of effect so that when we're planning for next year, we're choosing a little more informed as we go.
Thank you. I have a few questions. I want to just, I have a couple of things to understand how we got to this new information and also how I want to understand the fund balance that's proposed for next year and how these two things intersect. And so, we're to a point where it's almost twice what it was the last time we talked about it, where it's almost 5 times what it was when we started the year in our adopted budget, that we've gone from 19 to 49 to 95. And it makes it hard to monitor what we're doing as a board. As a governance role, it makes it hard to monitor. It makes it hard to plan and understand, how we can trust the budget that we're adopting. It makes us hard to kind of have our oversight and budget adoption role in a way that we can have, that we can rely on and feel set up to do this thoughtfully and well in partnership. And I know it's been an extraordinary year. I understand that. But I'd really like to understand, we have been hearing again and again when we've met that progress is being made at whittling down that $49 million deficit, that we were going to get closer. And I'd like to understand kind of what wasn't known a week ago or what wasn't known more recently. Like, how did we suddenly discover this? And why haven't we known this in time to have conversations about it? And that's really a question to you as much as anything. I'm trying to understand how this happened so it can inform what we do going forward.
Yeah, no, I think it's a fair question, and I think the first thing is, as a system, we've been spending less. There's no doubt. Every single month over month, we've been spending less. And, when we spend less, we kind of project what those savings are over the course of the year, with everything else being equal, right? And I think what shifted over the month of end of April and into May, which again, we just got May financials, so you asked why I didn't know about it, some of these, because our payroll every month is $56 million, right? So a week or two, of doing something or not doing something, or a shift one way or the other, has a pretty significant impact on our overall fund balance at this point. And so over the course of April into May, what we got was the fifth 6 weeks. The reduction in average daily attendance and enrollment, to that degree, put downward pressure on our revenue projection, and that made that number, our fund balance, go down. I think it's hard to, to project that last 5 weeks to the degree that I think we would all want. I would tell you that in years past, there's been hardly any projections. It's just because it's been so healthy. No one's ever cared to monitor, really. That's the honest truth. And so because we're monitoring as closely as we are, and we're updating our financials every single time we get new data, when things shift, we show it. And so that is really what was driven it. Could I have been more conservative in our assumptions 6 weeks ago? Certainly. There's something Katrina said that I kind of want to provide clarity on. We are spending a lot less. There's no doubt. Everybody is spending less, but the biggest driver is payroll. So until payroll is addressed, even if you slow down other direct expenses, you're still moving the needle. And so that's the biggest, expense that is, ideally paid for using revenue, and revenue goes down, it just makes that much worse. So, I think to Trustee Singh's point, I think that we have to be very aggressive in building up the fund balance. I think, we've modified our assumptions, gotten more conservative. And when you get more conservative, you cut more. And then we're now back in a do loop where what the more is not, no one wants to do. And that's just what it's been for the last 4 months.
We're way past what anyone wants to do, and I understand that.
there
My
you wanna add,
question remains, though. I understand the fifth 6 weeks, our ADA was low. It was also low for the fourth 6 weeks, and that's only $26.6 million all year. And yet we left $46 million. I'm really having trouble understanding how we do something puts us on a solid foundation to understand the choices we're making, right? To understand what you're bringing to us, to understand what we're voting on, and to understand whether we can rely on it for next year. And these are extraordinary swings, and I'm really just struggling to understand. And I think my related question is, I see the recommended budget that adopts a 15.5% fund balance, but then I also heard, if I understand that 15.5% fund balance starts from zero and doesn't take into account the deficit we're walking into the year with. Is that a correct understanding?
So let me do a little clarification, President Boswell. The document that's here, this is assuming we started the year at a 15%, that we ended 25-26 at 15%. So this is still saying that we ended at 15% and we're going to stay at 15%. So it doesn't take into consideration when we end 25-26, if we're below 15%.
So I don't understand how this is an accurate budget to vote on, because I think the budget has to begin with the facts that we end the year with. And I don't understand I mean, I think to Trustee Singh's question is where are we on this? It's not a 15.5% budget. I mean, I don't think that's an accurate statement of what's in front of us. I have trouble understanding how I vote on a budget, and I know the fund balance assumption isn't part of our vote, that handful of lines is part of our vote. But that is one of the assumptions we rely on. And again, if we go to attachment 7, debt service is listed as 0, and yet unless something is very, very different, we're gonna have to borrow money. And if I did my math right, 5% difference on our fund balance is about $45 million that we would have to make up if we end up being at that 10. And so I am having trouble with the idea of adopting a budget that has us starting behind our promise. And we haven't been able to catch up for 2 years in a row. We haven't been able to count on what's been in front of us. The world is tumultuous. We may lose more students. We don't know, we're making some assumptions in a year with a lot of variables, with vouchers, with school closures, with, more immigration pressure, with all of it. People concerned about boundaries and the disruption, all of it. And concerned about the cuts and concerned. And I'm having trouble with the idea of adopting a budget. First of all, saying that it's really 15.5%, because that doesn't feel accurate to me, understanding what I understand, and then not understanding how we walk into next year with a plan for a budget that starts us at a healthy place, and I don't feel like that's what's in front of us. And I'm with Trustee Whitley, too. I would very much like to adopt our budget next year. I know a lot of people are in a holding pattern, right? And we've pushed it. The cycles don't line up with human. The cycles of when people are hired for education, they don't line up with being kind to the people who work for us, and that's not on anyone here, right? That's the cycle. Our fiscal year ends July 1st. That doesn't match, and that's nothing you've done or that we've done or that anyone's done. But I do think sooner is better, and I don't feel like we have a healthy budget in front of us yet with this new information. I feel I walked into this meeting, before I got the news, 48 hours ago, 24 hours ago, whenever we had that conversation. Before that, I thought I was going to be walking into this meeting, and based on what I'd seen, with a really painful budget that was at least getting us where we needed to be after a whole lot of work with our community and so much work from you and your staff and everyone in this district, our campuses, our central office. And I think this just has turned it all upside down. So to Trustee Singh's point, I don't think I have something in front of me that I can trust and say yes to right now.
So, President,
and I thought I was going to, and yes. I don't think I do.
I understand. The one thing I want to say is to elaborate on what our superintendent said. That is the challenging part, because we have assumptions, and if our enrollment declines or our average daily attendance decline, it continuously revolves. So when we did the $181 million, it was based on us ending the year at 15%. And so that is what the challenging part of it is that we do have assumptions that we rely upon, but when a land sale doesn't happen and enrollment doesn't happen or average daily attendance doesn't happen, all of those things together just makes it much more challenging. But I know the superintendent and I understand what you are saying. It's just,
yeah. I know there are a million moving parts and none of them are falling in our favor right now. Like I know that, and I know, and this is really a question for you, Superintendent Segura, like we have known since October that our enrollment was down. We've seen in the data you've shown that our ADA was not what we hoped it would be. you know, we've known that land sale wasn't working, and I don't understand how we have suddenly gotten here, and I don't know how we fix it in a week. And I know we owe, and I think it's a legal question, I know we owe our community a budget before we approve it. We have put that out, that deadline passed 3 days ago, June 8th. We owed our community a preview of the budget we plan to adopt. Like, what do we do?
I believe you have met your obligation to your community in terms of providing the budget summary, right? That's, the legislative requirement around that is not terribly extensive. The amount of information that you all are providing is, I would say, over and above. The fact that it continues to change as, you know, projections continue to change, there's nothing you can do about that. That doesn't bother me. What you have to do statutorily is have a public hearing, right? And you have to adopt a budget by June 30th. You've already met those. So from a legal standpoint, you're not in bad shape here. I realize that those words don't really square with what the conversation you're having, but you're doing what you need to be doing.
And even if the recommended budget differs from what we posted on the 8th, that's,
I don't think
we've
there's
met our
anything you can do
requirement.
about that. Yeah.
Okay. Because the landscape has shifted.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. I have a couple of specific questions, just a couple. Thank you for the coaches driving buses. That's a recommendation that came for the water polo program. I really appreciate the creativity and the collaboration with the community that's been brought to that. That is an idea that was brought in a listening session. We did some two-way listening on campuses with staff, and someone had recommended that we support that for more coaches. I would love to see us do that if it saves us money and offers more access to athletics. And I would love to explore, I hope we're exploring that in more places. And I'm not in charge of that, but I just think it's a rational savings and that we're spending a lot. I know we spend a lot on overtime for bus drivers to sit at games and do things when coaches are there anyway. So I really just want to say thank you for that creativity. I have a question about the transportation. I know we had said we had expected the shift to more stops for our secondary schools to save $2.2 million last time we talked about it. I'm seeing 12.5-ish million, 12.48 million in savings, and I'm not quite understanding how much of that comes from Sager, like where, I don't have a good sense of where those changes are coming from. I know we're planning to charge for some magnet transportation for some of our families who can afford it. We're planning to close Sager, and we're planning that other shift. So what else, does that add up to that 12.48, or are there more things?
Did you look in the, you pulling that from the backup or just from that number?
That's from attachment 7. It's in attachment 7. It's a couple, and it's looking at last year versus this year. But if you look at attachment 7 on.
So we have the breakdown by org in the backup too. Where it'll
Yeah, I mean, here it is, and it's $12.48 million less than last year.
No, we have every cut in the org.
Oh, you have every cut in the org.
backup.
Okay, I'll go and look at that. Thank you, and that will help me understand.
Katrina's finance example?
Yes.
So take that example and apply it to every other division.
Okay, and if I have specific questions about what I see, and I mean, my real question is, what's the impact on what are our students going to feel as a result of that, right? And are students going to feel anything we haven't already talked about publicly? That's my real question. And I think we've talked about the magnet buses, we've talked about the
scale.
more stops for secondary. Is there anything else?
No, fewer stops for secondary.
I'm sorry, not more stops, fewer stops, sorry. Wrong direction, fewer stops for secondary, thank you.
Late activity buses.
Okay.
I'm trying to think.
And you talked about the ALC transportation.
ALC transportation.
Okay, so we've talked about quite a few things.
Those are I can't think of anything other than the Sager move. That's.
Thank you. Okay, I'll look through and ask more questions offline if I have any more. Thank you. And then I also want to talk about the special education spending, and I just want to understand, I think I had been looking at our PEMS report that we filed with the state, and I know there are lots of different ways that things get sliced and diced and measured and coded. And I see on this, what you're counting in this slide added up in last year's budget to 164 million. The PEAMS lists our special education spend and budgeted for the same year as 248 million, and it's obviously counting different PIC codes. It's counting some things from 23, some things from 33, and some things from 43. And I'd love just to understand the side by side of the way PEAMS counts it and the way, because that is a quarter of our budget. I'd love a side by side between the way PEAMS counts it and what we're seeing, because I don't know how to put this in context of that. And I'd like to understand kind of when we file our PEAMS report, how that line will look different and kind of what's included in that would be helpful to me. Kind of understanding. And then I'd also like to understand how our spending is going up $22 million for next year when my understanding is that we had kind of stabilized our system and made it healthy. And so I don't understand why we're budgeted for 22 million more in this area when we had reached a healthy system. We've gotten rid of our contractors. I don't know where that's coming from and why that choice was made, and I'd like to understand that.
Yeah, it's hiring staff to offset the contracts. That's a big driver of it. And also that the number of students that are identified as needing special education services has increased. So those are the two drivers. I can provide the details and backup for it.
Okay, but hiring staff to replace contractors, do contractors show up in a different part of the budget and this just moves staff?
I think both are contributing.
I thought staff were cheaper than contractors.
I think there's, I wouldn't say cheaper. I would say that there's a different cost, but yeah, generally speaking, you are
I thought we
better
were
off.
saving money by
Yes,
moving people
yeah,
to staff, not only
cheaper is a
improving
word
our
I-
services. Okay, cheap, nothing is cheap, but I thought we were doing it because it cost us less and it improved our services by making sure people were our staff, they had relationships. They
Yeah, and I don't want to
campuses.
I don't want to miscommunicate regarding the percentage of each one of those driving the total difference.
Right.
I think the one thing that Dr. Cherry Lee has been clear about in every presentation is that the number of students that receive special education services has grown every year. I think this year we're over 20%. Is that 22%? And so, I mean, that has gone up quite a bit. And so what I'll do is I'll take the information, show you the deltas. I don't want you to leave this meeting thinking that the majority of it's driven by contractors or staff.
Right.
There's a percent.
I would love to understand, thank you. And then I'd love to see it compared to what we report to PEAMS in that category, how they pull that out. And I don't, I think these are big buckets and I don't know exactly how it's done, but it would help to understand kind of apples to apples. And again, I want to be sure we're giving our students every single thing they need and that we're meeting our obligation and their needs. And I think the hope has been that once we stabilized, those costs would begin to come down and kind of help balance out the other costs. And again, if we were in line, we're spending 24.95%, I think, was budgeted last year, and according to the PEAMS report. The comparable number for the state last year was 14.29. The difference between that's about $100 million. And I think the state average is probably far too little, and especially because our average number of students is higher than the state average. But I'd like to understand, again, that's a big rock, and I'd really like to just understand our choices there and why we're making them and whether there are savings to be found there without doing harm. So, thank you. So, Trustee Singh, do you feel like your question was answered? I think Superintendent Segura, is there a way forward with something that has a realistic expectation of a 15% fund balance for next year, given what we know about this new information? I'd love to explore our options to adopt a budget and then amend our budget when we know what our June spending is. Like, I don't really know, and have you bring something that will get it where it belongs by August, that we can rethink, but then I know that leaves people.
Yeah, and yeah, not to cut you off, President Roswell.
No, I really like to explore our options, but I think plowing forward, assuming we're going to hit 15% when we're starting with something that very clearly will not, is not something I'm ready to say yes to.
Yeah, so Ms. Katrina Montgomery and I talked about this pretty much as soon as we got the data and started making calls to y'all. So what we weren't comfortable doing is bringing a cut that no one had socialized, talked about, seen, right? Which is what we would have had to have done if I was to meet the 15% expectation within the 6 hour period. I mean, I don't know that would have
that's not
met anybody's expectations. But I can tell you that we have talked about what that would have to look like as far as potential reductions. And so I think, happy to bring those forward, whether it's, as a supplement to the budget and say, hey, this is where we're going to have to go as a starting point. This is when we would have to get it done by. I think that's the conversation that we've already begun to have. We kind of know what that looks like, but I would be really clear, it's staffing. I mean, you don't get to these numbers without impacting staffing. And just hyper transparency, there's just no way. Not when such a significant portion of our budget is staffing. I'm open to ideas as far as timeline goes, but I do not want to approve a budget without setting clear expectations that our goal is to recover the fund balance. This is where we're going to have to go. But I also want to be really sensitive to the fact that it's late in our budgeting process, right, to have swings like this. And so I don't know if that's an amended budget, but before we even approve the budget, you show where we're going to go. We can do that. But happy to hear ideas or thoughts and then be responsive to the board.
Okay, so I guess assuming let's just assume just for a second, for illustration's sake, if we did want to have a 15% fund balance next year, in next year's budget, what would the deficit be?
What would you have to make up? 45 to 50. Yeah, if it stayed, if it was at 10 or below. I mean, that's the thing, this is what is very difficult right now, is because we don't have June financials, right? It could move, if it moves 2 percentage points or a percentage point, then that's not 45 or 50, it's now 42 or 39, and I think that's a different type of cut.
Yeah, so like a range. I think that would be really helpful for me to understand. But it just seems like whatever our deficit has increased by this year is what it's going to increase by for next year if we don't make any other changes. I mean, right?
Yeah, we're not adding to, but we're not taking away, is the way to say it, right? Like as far as against fixed cost.
Okay, so if you all need direction on what I really feel like it is not responsible to have a budget to approve. For me personally, I don't feel like it would be responsible for me to approve a budget that is, below I'd be willing to maybe go to a 13% fund balance, but it's cutting it way too close if we go below that. At the same time, like I said earlier, I would rather have an accurate budget than a pretty budget. So just, I really need to understand the real deal. And I know you guys got this, you just closed the May financials. But now that we know that things can swing so much, I think there's got to be a way that the administration can keep closer tabs on this, at least for June, so we know we're not so much worse. But in the absence of that, have some assumptions that are really conservative for June. And I would use those to create the assumptions that feed into the 26-27 budget that we adopt. So there's that. And I would say if there are changes that you have to make that you haven't socialized, Like we're just gonna have to weather that storm. But what we can't weather is going bankrupt. So bring us, for me, I'm like, bring us a budget that doesn't go below 13%, but it has to have really conservative assumptions. Just, we got to see it in its truth. And if you need to bring us a couple of versions, like with different sets of assumptions, that's fine too. But I think that's what I would want to see. Thank you.
Got it.
And I'm open to some idea of certainly that understanding and also what it would take to approve something with a plan for an amendment, a very serious amendment in August, and proof that some of the work this still includes some assumptions about cuts that will be made and really accelerating that and bringing us some clarity about that in August. The 31 million you're saying will be made, and just having a really clear understanding that that has been done. Thank you. Anyone else about what you might need to see before we can say yes to a budget? Maybe other people are ready. We can all reach out to the superintendent offline as well, individually. So, okay, are we ready to move on? Yes. Is that Trustee Foster?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just really quickly, to note, on one hand, this reality of variables and getting hit with new information. I think we're in a moment where things have been being tracked like never before because we've never been so broke. And so it's possible that you would, if we could go back in time, maybe you'd have really good longitudinal data already pulled out for what happens to average daily attendance in the last month of the year, to see if it was crazy anomalous that we, have a dip in attendance, or if that's something that was predicted and predictable. Well, we learned our lesson now, so we'll probably be tracking that in the future. But sort of here we are. I'm noting the tension between our values and things that are very important, like maintaining our fund balance so that we literally don't go broke, on one hand, but also really listening to our community's real pain and saying, well, hey, can we save this? Hey, can we not cut that? Hey, can we keep our ratios? And I don't really see a path that does both things. If we want a budget that is realistic, then there's a whole lot more cutting to do really quickly. I don't see how we can not end up cutting a whole lot more if we want to, stay within policy on fund balance, and if we want to have a budget that is realistic. Not that I'm advocating for like wing and a prayer budgeting, but I see a tension that's unresolved. And maybe it would be good for us as a board to say go in one direction or another. Come with a budget that's the best you can do, and we're going to have to amend and amend. Or if we're like, look, this budget has to make sense now. If this budget has to make sense now, then we're gonna have to start cutting the milk with water when we eat our cereal. And we're gonna have to be making a lot more harder, really painful cuts that are gonna be painful to individuals. I don't see us actually reckoning with what we need to reckon with. We need to make a choice. If we want that budget to really make sense, then we're not done cutting, and we have to back the administration on those hard cuts, and we need to be forthright and in those painful conversations with the people we love as they're losing their jobs. But it's kind of a one or the other. So it's not a question, but it's kind of a thought about where we are.
Can I chime in on that? So I appreciate Trustee Foster's comment, and I want to kind of piggyback on that. Is I'm concerned about the overemphasis on the idea that this budget would make sense and maintain consistency throughout the entire next year. I mean, there's going to be drastic changes. I think regardless of what we get presented and vote on, we're still going to have to make massive amendments. And that's why I keep reiterating this 60 million, and it's likely going to be more than 60 million. Like, you know, regardless, there's going to be that to navigate. And so I guess my concern is in these discussions, which I think are all perfectly valid, that it's not coming across to the community or to other people that this is somehow avoiding the long-term reality. And by long-term, I mean short-term, like within 1 year. I mean, immediately that expedited timeline is going to start. And so I just have very significant concerns about that, because I think we're going to, you know, if we kill ourselves over this next 2 weeks, let's say, rebudgeting this, and then come in August and immediately get hit with different numbers. And so, you know, I'm just putting it out there. And I think, again, kind of Trustee Foster's tone there is, are we going by our values and we're not going to compromise them? And if it just doesn't equate, then at some point, I mean, the state needs to step in and change it. There's no way that we can generate significantly more money with what we're equipped to do. And so, you know, I think another way to put what I'm hearing from Trustee Foster is, are we going to be the ones doing it to ourselves, or is it going to come from somewhere else? And so, you know, I think that's a valid conversation, because at some point we're trying to get water out of a stone. And I think we need to be realistic about that. And so, you know, I personally see it more likely that we're going to continue to do budget monitoring every month and looking at the actuals month to month and seeing stuff shift and getting, you know, potentially a curveball in September or a different curveball in October, and having to adjust every single time one of those comes. And, you know, the last I'll say on it is, like, I do think we just need like a master list of all the possible things that we're going to be cutting, so that at any given moment we're going back to that same list. Like, I mean, when people brought it up this year, you know, that was my response to most of the people that asked. I said, everything that's on the list is the stuff that was on the list last year. And I think we need to be very, very transparent about that, so that people understand, you know, there's only so many new ideas that you can generate because you've done this year after year. I mean, it's the same budget, it's the same departments, it's the same programming. So there's not really much new in there, but, you know, it just needs to be very, very upfront so people understand we're choosing, and not to call any specific programming out, but, you know, people are campaigning for their program. They need to understand these are all the programs. There's only so many, and some of them affect more students than others. And, you know, I think that discussion should be very forward, so that we understand we're cutting things that affect less students before we cut things that affect more students. And, you know, when I was at SBS, the lead teacher used to make, I think, a great comment. He said the rules should be on the wall so you can point to them, so that it's not you doing it. This is what was on the wall, and everybody saw it, and it was right there, and we talked about it way before I had to, you know, impose this rule on the classroom. It's kind of that type of thing. We need to have this very, very clear, because every month it's going to come up when some new curveball comes in, because I think we do need to monitor this month to month at this point, especially when the fund balance is getting so low. You know, we need to monitor it every single time and make sure that we're going to make payroll.
Thank you for that, and that is why we have planned to adopt the calendar that has a presentation every month looking at projected versus actuals, looking at the assumptions we're making. Are we on track for the enrollment we thought? How does the property tax valuation estimate, you know, assumption match reality when that comes in July? That's exactly what we're planning to do for exactly those reasons. Thank you. I would say, just for a final comment on where I stand, rather than rushing to find tens of millions of dollars more cuts between now and next week and not giving our community a chance to respond. I would rather adopt an imperfect, incomplete budget and be more thoughtful about it between now and have an amendment. This has been a really fast pace, and it's very hard for people to keep track, and I think I would rather adopt an imperfect budget, but with an accurate projection of our fund balance based on reality right now, and come back and amend later.
I would agree with that.
And Trustee Singh, I don't know where you are, where
I
anyone
agree.
else is. Okay.
I think, I appreciate that, and what I'm hearing from some community members is, so I don't know if it's representative, it's just do the cuts already. Being in limbo is no fun. And so I think either option is pretty bad. However, if I had to pick one, I would say rip the Band-Aid, make the cuts, because the way I view the monthly monitoring is to ensure that we are sticking to a budget, and that's hard enough. But to say that we're going to be cutting things during the school year to make this difference up, while teachers are teaching, while things are happening, I don't know how you can suddenly in the middle of the year say, okay, sorry, we're going to close the school, or we're going to lay off this entire department in the middle of a school year. Like, that's just not possible. So my thing is like, I think it's going to be easier actually on our system to make the cuts now over the next week or two and deal with the repercussions from the community, but knowing that we're going to deal with that anyway. And it may be even worse if we're doing it during the school year that we're supposed to be actually making those changes. I just don't see how logistically you can cut $40 million worth of staff during the school year.
I agree with that we can't whittle away during the year.
The recommendation of the administration, is it?
Yeah. Do you have one? Yeah.
Well, can I, sorry to cut you off, but I just want to point out kind of two clarifying points. We're going to have to cut 60 million more anyway. So I think you're, ripping off a Band-Aid now, and then we're still going to have to do another one. So, and when maybe I spoke ineloquently before, when I'm saying month to month, I mean it in the sense of that the next budget is going to have to incorporate those things, and that we should have those discussions, because we're going to have to cut 60 million anyway, potentially more. That I think spending that next year over that discussion, if that balloons to 70 or 80 or 90, that we were already talking about it when we were talking about those 60. So nothing that is that extra 30 that comes up is going to be a surprise, because we were already deciding about it for the first 60. And then if something else comes up, we go, well, we had already triaged and we had our priorities and we've already engaged the community on those. That was my thinking on it.
So do you have a recommendation to Trustee Whitley-Chu's question?
I mean, at this point, I'm still processing the feedback y'all are giving me. I mean, I think what I'd like to do is to bring back something in short order that moves the needle closer to 15%. That would be at least something that's presented to the board. And in either case, it's either adopted as part of the budget or it's the first thing in the amendment. I mean, at the end of the day, it should be one and the same if we do it, just because we know what's driving cost. I mean, it's payroll. I mean, I think that at the end of the day, it would be expanding on some of the things that we've already started. It's just going to kind of a broader reach, right? That's probably where you would start. So I do think that bringing something back that moves the needle closer to 15% would be preferred. I'm always anxious about June financials because they swing. It's gotten better, but I go back to the last many years, and I know that the budget team has done a really good job of projecting June financials, but it is the lowest spend. Katrina and I are sweeping cash. We're closing budgets. I mean, like I said last year, we went from 15.6 to 18.6, or 15.2 to 18.6. And I worry about bringing something to make to to 10 to 15, and then all of a sudden we move a percentage point and a half, and then all of a sudden, we're in a slightly different place. And so I would like to bring back something that moves us closer, so at least it's presented and clearly communicated, and then the board, I think, would know where the administration is likely to go next if it's not adopted as part of this budget. It would be part of like amendment number 1. But we would be able to do it prior to the school year starting if we get rolling, shortly thereafter. So that's kind of where I'm leaning towards, President Boswell.
And that would let us understand what June looks like, so we're not cutting more than we have to at this point.
I was talking to Katrina earlier today, like I'm freezing everything effectively. I mean, it's sweeping all cash, and there's millions. It's just, I don't have clarity on how much that moves the needle.
Okay. I think, because we're expected to vote on this or planning to vote on something on Thursday, I think it would be helpful if you could just keep the board updated through calls or emails and just kind of let the 9 of us know what to anticipate and just be in conversation, which I know gets on top of your work, but I want to be sure that there just aren't surprises that we're able to discuss individually with you as would be helpful to you. So I think we'll all make ourselves available for that, if to the degree that would be helpful.
Appreciate that.
Okay, thank you.
And I just want to offer that I really appreciate this, well, the entire conversation, as painful it is, but especially this last part of the conversation where I think between what Trustee Singh raised, what I tried to raise, the Erdioste, Boswell, and then Trustee Whitley Chu sort of not calling the question, but putting it back to the administration. And I do think the administration has, from these last 15 minutes, a way forward for the next week. So I just want to, I guess, as always, when I see it, really acknowledge and thank the trustees and the administration for the quality of this portion of the conversation.
Thank you. All right, thank you all. I'm sorry we're all in this situation. And I know the goal remains to continue offering something really extraordinary to our students. I trust that we'll get through this together. Yeah, so thank you. And thank you, Superintendent. Okay, this ends our section on the information reports from the administration. Now we will move into preview for agenda items that will be considered for a vote at our next regular board meeting on June 18th. And staff is available, as always, to answer our questions from tonight's preview. We'll start with Group 6, Item 6, Agenda Preview for upcoming academics and curriculum items. Does anyone have any questions on these items? All right. Next section is 7, Business and Finance. Any questions on these items?
I do want to call out one.
Yes, please.
So I just wanted to call everybody's attention to agenda item 7.4, approval of contract for renovations at Gus Garcia Young Men's Leadership Academy. In full transparency, one of the things that we're exploring kind of as part of a request from the campus, but also as part of a request, kind of internally as we think about different opportunities long-term, we are evaluating by way of the academic, the properties that have been kind of set aside to be reassessed for academic planning and programming, the potential kind of relocation of Gus Garcia Young Men's Leadership Academy to Martin, apologies. Martin, it really came about when there was a conversation regarding some of the challenges that Gus Garcia has when it comes to attracting students from the entire district, given their location so far east. The other thing that we know is that there are significant facility deficiencies. We've actually been in a lawsuit years past with parties whenever Gus Garcia was constructed. And so at some point in the future, there'll have to be a significant investment. And so the question becomes, may there be an opportunity to relook at the school to place more centrally leveraged bond dollars and then also reallocate funds from the currently identified improvements needed at Gus Garcia. There's no answer, there's no solution at this moment, but I just wanted to call that out because that may not ultimately come to fruition, that specific improvement, but there's still lots of conversations that need to take place. But just wanted to put that out there because it was something we received, it's something we're exploring, and something that's been talked about.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Okay, so under business and finance, any questions? I just have two, especially given our financial situation. We're looking at $580,000 for demographics. We're looking at almost $1.2 million for document shredding. I assume that's a FERPA privacy issue. I assume we have to spend $1 million to shred documents. I just really like, and then demographic services, is that related to boundary?
Yes, and that's bond
Discussions?
proceeds, not 199.
Demographic is bond?
Yeah, anything, yeah, facilities, all that's tied to the bond proceeds.
Okay, and document shredding, we need
Document shredding, I can
have no
certainly
choice.
ask about it. I know there's, do you want to speak to that, Katrina Montgomery?
Okay, President Boswell, this is, shredding is something that we have to do as a district because we have confidential records containing student and employee financial and health information. But I will say that the team is working to reduce the amount of visits from the shredding service to individual campuses. But this is something that we must do because of the confidential data that we have, especially on our students.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And I understand this is over 5 years, so it's not that much every year, but thank you. I appreciate that. All right.
Calendar also.
And yes, we do have just, trustees, I want to be sure everyone sees the budget development calendar and has had a chance to review that and weigh in. And if there is anything, the things in red have been added, and then the things, I think, in white, the unshaded things in white have been added, and then the things in red text have also been added. And if anyone sees something that they'd like to have different, I think there can be discussions.
Well, and they were
about
added
that.
both with conversations with trustees or
Yes.
board office and administration. So
Yes, correct. But it will give us a much tighter look at what we're doing and ensure that we're starting important conversations earlier. So thank you for that. Okay, anything else on that? All right, next is Section 8, Facilities. Any conversation, discussion, questions? All right, we'll go to Section 9, Talent Strategy. All right, Section 10, Policy. And I see the Student Success Guide, some amendments in response to feedback from the community. Thank you to the people who did that. Okay, next is Section 11, Items for Separate Vote. All right, thank you very much. So this ends our regular agenda preview. Next up is monitoring our student achievement. We're going to be talking about scorecard goal 3, our college, career, military readiness. And we're talking about goal project measure 3.1, the Texas Success Initiative TSI testing. And I think if anyone feels like the report's not complete, please let me know. And if we're ready, then let's turn the floor over to Superintendent Segura for the presentation. Thank you all for being with us tonight.
thank you, trustees. We know that it's a late hour, so we're going to be very expeditious in our presentation here. We have Dr. Mary Ann Maxwell, Assistant Superintendent of Academics, Tracy Rieger, Senior Executive Director of Academics, and Ashley Binnicker, Executive Director of Secondary Outcomes. I just going to hand it over to y'all. We've presented on these goal progress measures multiple times over the course of the year, and so we'll just kick it off.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Segura. Good evening, President Boswell and Board of Trustees. Tonight's focus for college, career, and military readiness is our report. TSI, and whether or not students have met TSI readiness for both math and reading. And so this is a TSI readiness without the college prep class in their senior year. So this is just on the assessment or meeting that criteria in other ways. So the focus really tonight, as we know, this is lagging data, is on the 24-25 results. Those are finalized, those are in. And so that is actually the focus of the report tonight and where we ended up in 24-25 in relation to the target. But we do also provide some update data that is not complete data, that is still in progress. This data is collected all the way through now. The update was at the end of April. But that data is still being collected now. It's actually a little bit higher than it was as of this report. And we continue to give students opportunities for TSI readiness all the way through the summer. And we can collect that data through August. And so we're pleased to say that our district reached 51.4% TSI completion. This is for all 11th and 12th graders in 24-25, which surpassed our goal of 44.6%. In that year of 24-25. This was, it was reflected a lot of progress that happened that year, the previous year to it, leading into it, and so some really good results. We still definitely have growth in all of our student populations. We still have gaps to close across our student population, so there's still work to do there. But we do see gains in all of our student populations and positive gains in our most underserved populations as well. And so this is really the point of this without the college prep is to make sure that we are doing the best job that we can, really making sure students are prepared for college should they choose to go to college, and really any path that they take, showing that everything that we've been doing without that last senior course is getting them ready for the next step in life. And then I will hand it over to Ms. Rieger for the data.
Yeah, so good evening, everyone. This graph, our line graph here on the second page, it really just shows, as Dr. Maxwell shared, we have, for this year, exceeded that target of 51.4, or exceeded a 44.6 with our 51.4% of our students earning that. What we also see is on those progress monitoring measures, you'll see that that orange bar is really showing, as of that April 20th date, that the orange bar represents that 59% of our 11th and 12th graders that met TSI in reading. And then you'll notice on that yellow bar, the 45.8% of our 11th and 12th graders that have met that in math. The green bar that you'll see represents those students that met it both in reading and math, and that is the 42.7% that you'll see there. Our Executive Director of Secondary Outcomes, Ashley Beneker, is going to go over the charts that highlight more of our student populations and year-to-year targets.
All right, good evening, everyone. So the second chart on page 2, you can see a 5-year comparison. The first column that's highlighted there is going to be our year end for 24-25 for our 11th and 12th graders. And then the following 3 columns that are highlighted are going to be those progress monitoring breakdown sections for this year. So as Dr. Maxwell said, we finished in 24-25 at 51.4%, which is the highest that we've recorded thus far. It's also about 7 percentage points above our annual target for 24-25. We do recognize that the biggest area for growth remains to be our students who are identified as Hispanic, African American, students who are receiving special education services, emergent bilingual, and our students who are economically disadvantaged. So like Dr. Maxwell said, we do recognize that we have work to do here. All of our areas have improved. In fact, all met their target and exceeded their target with the exception to our Pacific Islander students. But it's, again, closing those gaps and making sure that we're pursuing ways for all of our students to be successful. I also do want to point out, I know Dr. Maxwell mentioned that this data was pulled in April. So it was pulled April 20th, which unfortunately was before we received all the SAT school day makeup day results. Surprisingly, we had a lot of students who took the makeup test, and that's just because of, dance competitions or different field trips. And then also any student who took the TSI on April 20th or after are also not reflected here. Because we've made such an emphasis on students taking the TSI in English 3, which is what 11th graders take, and Algebra 2, which a lot of 11th graders take, they would have been taking that at the end of the school year. So we do recognize that a lot of these students, their work is not reflected here. So moving on to our root cause analysis, we know that math is consistently the harder of the targets to meet. And that's not just Austin ISD students, that's the same around the state and the country. Math are skills that are cumulative. They are not, it's hard to just test prep for math. They're built over years of coursework. And so our academics team is working really hard with our leadership team to make sure that all of our high school credit courses in math are aligned and that we are building those practice skills into everyday instruction. We're also working hard to create a way to move from a systemic challenge to a systemic solution. And a lot of that is really just building and coordinating structure for our campuses to be consistent and that they're able to provide pathways of preparation for students so that no matter where a student is in the district, they have the same pathway to success. And then moving on to our outliers. So we highlighted 3 of our campus in our outlier section. And these outliers really are just showing, they're showing us what intentional work can look like on a campus and the way that they put it into practice. So Crockett is our first outlier. They are meeting at 37%, which is on the higher end for our Band 2 campuses. But what I'd like to point out about Crockett is that they are uniquely positioned physically right across the street from an ACC campus. And so because they're right across the street from that South Austin campus, they're utilizing the tutoring services that ACC provides in their testing center for TSI. So they're sending small numbers of students over to utilize those tutors, and they're seeing high success in that practice. Aikens High School has really just made TSI readiness an all-staff mandate, and so they do TSI training for all of their staff. They want them to know what the TSI is and why it's important for all students. And then, of course, Austin High is reframing what TSI is for families. They're reframing it as a way to identify gaps that students can fill and then succeed rather than seeing it as a barrier. They're also requiring students to be TSI ready in order to receive an off period as a senior. And then Dr. Maxwell is going to wrap us up with some next steps.
So some of our next steps to continue this momentum and improve on the work are to continue to maintain and strengthen that SAT school day. So this is the opportunity that students get to take the assessment, the SAT assessment, within the school day rather than your traditional showing up on a Saturday or a few Saturdays where we offer the assessment. So the students are already there, they're in a familiar testing environment that reduces stress for students instead of coming in an additional day, weekend conflicts. And so we have found quite a few students are successful during that SAT day in meeting the TSI criteria. So we want to make sure that our campuses have strong systems for that and they're working with our campuses on that SAT school day. And then strengthening TSI prep through shared training and tools. Part of that is working with our academics department, hosting a TSI success training for several key stakeholders. What we're doing is looking into some of that success that Crockett has had with that partnership with ACC, that tutoring to really hone in on what has been successful for students and starting to replicate that as much as possible with other campuses, with our other college access partners that we work with. So make sure that we're just learning the most about those tutoring programs and replicating what is working well, and that campuses really have a strong, unified, campus-wide approach to TSI readiness. And then, as discussed, expanding and deepening the TSI aligned instruction in our high school courses. So we've had the opportunity to present to Texas Urban Council on this. Austin ISD leads all districts in Texas Urban Council in our TSI readiness results. We all measure it the same way, TSI readiness without college prep. And so they asked us to present on that. And so we shared some of the strategies that we've done to align TSI to the actual courses that we're teaching, working with our curriculum department directors, and then working with teachers and PLCs to really embed not just what is happening in the regular curriculum that they are using, but embedding college readiness standards, TSI standards, Looking past just the regular grade level standards and making sure that we really are focusing on college readiness in our core courses so that students are getting what they need year after year and continuing on for their success. We're going to have a particular focus too next year on our 11th grade students. The 11th grade students in this particular cohort are not performing where the previous 11th grade students did right now in our current data. So we've noticed that 12th grade students are performing, which is a little bit, that's a table in the appendix. 12th grade students are performing better than the 11th grade students and where they were at, or that cohort had last year. So we've worked on this with some campuses too to really identify some supports we could put in place for our 11th grade students from last year that are rising seniors this next year. And that is all for our report tonight. We'll wrap it up quickly and then open up for any questions.
Thank you. Trustee Singh.
This is really encouraging to see the growth from 23-24 to 24-25. I mean, looking at our SPED, just to make sure I'm reading this right. So in 23-24, we had 8.4% of our special education students passing both sections of the TSI, and that nearly doubled in 24-25 to 15.4%. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. It did, and it exceeded multiple year targets as well.
That's great. And I do hope that, this meeting was really dominated by really depressing budget talk, but I hope that people pick up on this too, because this is just as much of a big deal, and really appreciate seeing the result of the hard work. I did want to ask about the update on 420. So I think you guys probably noticed right away, as I did, that like these numbers are much lower than last year. Are we expecting a bump by the end of the year, so that when we see this data for next year, are we expecting to see this trajectory continue, or is it leveling off? Could it go down? Like, what are your thoughts?
You know what, you start and I'll see.
Yes, we are seeing already, looking at just initial end of year data, it is already higher than the 42.7. Those haven't come in officially yet. We need to do some verification, but we already are meeting the target for the year. We're not sure whether or not we will make it to all the place that we were last year at 50. Well, I say last. Well, the 24-25 at the 51.4%. But we definitely expect to meet our target for 25-26. And again, we're kind of looking at the differences in the cohorts of students and their performance to try to see how we can really support those rising 12th graders next year and work with our campuses to focus on that so that we can use that last year to increase.
And what are some of the supports and what are some of the causes that you're seeing for students, like why they might be doing not as well as last year's 11th graders?
I think that the students, so we're looking at 11th and 12th grade, right? So for 24-25, those students were uniquely supported. So in 24, the Gear Up grant, in 2024, that's when that was the big graduating class for that. So those 12th graders, those 11th graders moving into 12th grade in 24-25 would have been highly supported by that group. There are also resources that they had then that we may not have now, such as different preparation materials, some students had, or some campuses had more tutoring support from outside entities. And so this year, we recognize that we're not going to have access to everything that maybe we had in the past, or even that we had access to this year. So, for example, moving forward in August, we're meeting with all of our college access partners and really anybody on the campus that works within TSI to say, hey, college access partners, like we need more from you than ever. And so we are going to make that a coordinated effort with everybody to make sure that we're all moving in the same direction.
So is Gear Up do we no longer have a Gear Up grant, or does that program even exist anymore? Do we know?
I don't know if it exists anymore.
We don't have the grant now, but I believe we applied for another, but I don't know that it ever came to, if it was ever offered as an actual grant cycle.
So what it sounds like, it's a lack of resources due to a lack of funding is hurting our student outcomes.
It was definitely a change in resources. That's why we're looking again at what we do have access to right now and making sure we're making the most of it. And at this point, budget-wise, it's not adding another resource, it's looking at what we have and maybe shifting it. If we would have to stop using one thing and start using another if we feel like something else is more effective.
Yeah. Thank you. And great job to all the teachers who work with our students to make this happen.
Yes.
Thank you, trustees. Additional questions? Trustee?
No. I was just going to say my questions have been asked and answered. Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Kaufman? Okay. Trustee DeOrioste? Trustees Foster and Gonzalez?
No, I'm okay. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And Trustee Singh, you asked precisely the two questions I was interested in. So thank you. It is really exciting to see this work, and I am really interested in, thank you for your outlier information and sharing the special things that are happening at different campuses, the ACC partnership, the whole family engagement, all of that. And my other question is anything done to share those ideas across campuses? How are, as an administration, how are our campuses being supported to know what other campuses are doing that is working and learn how that might be adapted to better support more students? I know
Right.
not everyone can move across the street from ACC,
Yeah.
but there are lots of good ideas. So I'd just love to hear a little bit about that.
So we meet quarterly with all of our campuses as a CCMR group. And so that's really where we're able to see the most of that, like as a collective group. So we're meeting me, sometimes Dr. Maxwell or Ms. Rieger are able to make it. We've got the executive director for that campus. So the principal supervisor is there, the principal, the college career advisor, literally everybody that could have an influence there. We try to always have college access partners, our special education leaders, and so that we have a full view of everything related to CCMR and to see that be successful. And then also, of course, our team gets to hear everything across the campus or across the district, and so we're able to put that together. And I think that that's the really cool part about, I know we only highlighted 3 campuses in our outliers, but really seeing how each one of our campuses is attacking their unique situations is helping us build a roadmap across the district to help all students at least have a pathway to success.
It's a nice venue for it because instead of pulling everyone into one big room and saying, oh, these are some strategies you should use, you're just really at that campus talking through what they're doing, and then you're able to just share. Well, let me talk about what's going on at Aikens, what's going on at Crockett, so that it's just a more informal environment, and you can really talk through how they might implement it at that campus, and more, rather than just presenting on some strategy.
Thank you for that. Appreciate that. And just appreciate all the work that's being done to set our students up for what comes next. That, we promise that when they graduate, they'll be ready. And I think this is one way that we see how ready they are. So thank you for this. And I'll be very interested, very excited to see the 25-26 data when it's available. So when will we have that?
So CCMR is always a lagging indicator.
Yes.
So that's one reason we started kind of giving the progress monitoring tools in addition to, we're presenting on 24-25 today.
Yeah.
But we know it's a while till you would see 25-26. So that data will be,
I think we're not scheduled to present on that until the end, just the TSI portion, until the end of the year next year, like about this time.
About this time, okay. What is really remarkable to see that big leap from the 43.6 to the 51.4, and really I saw Gear Up in action at some of our campuses over time and heard the counselors talk about just how powerful that program was. So I do think I would love to have a strong understanding going forward about that resource and what we see and what that meant for our students.
So I believe Gear Up was part of the question around federal funding when all of that sort of went away and then some of it came back, but not all of it came back. That grant application was part of that. And that's why we never got a definitive result on, answer on.
An answer on that.
Even that, funding.
Even that. Okay, well, it's, exciting to see us making good progress, and I'll be excited to see the results for this year, next year. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Stay there, Dr. Maxwell.
I hate to even do this, but I have questions that I should have asked before the meeting.
Oh, yeah.
No, I mean, before this meeting, because I have some questions about the data on this.
The one coming up?
Yeah, I would like to propose either that we take just a 5-minute recess so I can discuss it with you to verify whether this is factually incorrect. Or
We can take a 5-minute recess.
Or if we just postpone it until next week.
I think we could do a 5-minute recess, especially because there are only 5 of us on the dais, and that'll give us a chance to take a quick break.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are we okay with that, everybody? Okay, thank you. We'll make it a real 5. I'm setting my alarm right now. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back. After a brief recess, we will now reconvene our meeting at 10:53 p.m. and move on to our next monitoring report. And we are tracking another, what's that?
Did we vote on accepting the last one?
Oh, I don't think we're doing that anymore. So do we want to vote? We can. Okay. Okay. Thank you. That we'll spend time discussing it. Okay, so we are going on to 12.2 scorecard constraint 2.1. Dual language instruction, the language of instruction, that's one of our constraints. And if anyone has evidence the monitoring report is not complete, please let us know. I think that's why we took our recess for some questions. So we will hand it over to Superintendent Segura for our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, trustees. The team and I will present on the monitoring report. I have joining me Dr. Mary Ann Maxwell, Assistant Superintendent for Academics, Patrick Harbord, Director of Elementary Multilingual Education, and Yvette Cardenas, Executive Director of Academic Programs. And so as we go to the report, we're reporting on constraint 2. The superintendent should not allow practices that lead to academic disparities within specific student populations. African-American students, emerging bilingual students, students receiving special education services. The constraint progress measure that was identified was entitled Dual Language Instruction. The average score in the language of instruction domain of the locally developed dual language data collection tool rubric during walkthroughs will increase from 1.9 in June of 2025 to 2.5 in June of 2029. The evaluation of progress, the administration, based on all the data that we have, we believe that we are on track. I do want to acknowledge that this constraint progress measure and the methodology used to calculate the actual data point that we're using to evaluate progress has had to change just based on the available resources we have within our system to conduct the observations. And so as we move forward, just want to be really clear that the administration is open to refining the methodology. This is one of those constraint progress measures where we're trying to create a specific numeric data point for something that's derived based on observations. And the kind of confirmation of the observation is done by a team that is much smaller now than it was a year ago. So with that, I'll hand it over to the team to take us through the presentation.
Thank you. As Superintendent Segura mentioned, there are a little bit of a few differences between the way we reported this last year and the way that we're reporting it this year. One is the way that we actually collected the data. And last year we reported just in percentages of campuses that were on track, and this year we're actually reporting just on that language of instruction, a part of the dual language data collection tool, and representing that on a scale of 0 to 3. 3 being the highest score that you can get because there are 3 indicators in the language instruction. And so we'll talk a little bit about that tonight, but we are pleased to say that we have had some improvement from last year at this time on language of instruction to this year at this time. Last year, we increased an average 1.9, that is in the developing range, to 2.2, which surpassed our target for this year. Ultimately, our target in 2029 is 2.5, which would indicate that we are on track. So what that would indicate is out of 3 indicators, if you get a 3, you get all 3, then that's a perfect score. You can see all 3 indicators are present, and then and look good in the classroom. If you have a 2, then only 2 of those indicators are present, and you might be missing 1. And so if you go across and you average all of the walkthroughs in a school and you're at a 2.5, then in most classrooms you would get a 2 or a 3, which indicates that we are on track for this particular piece of language of instruction. Now, this is part of our dual language data collection tool, which actually has quite a few more indicators in it that we don't report on in this constraint progress measure, regarding the daily schedule being posted, 3 linguistic spaces, anchors of support, student work, some other areas that are very, very meaningful in the dual language classroom, but that just aren't part of this particular report. Those are part of the annual report that we submit for the multilingual education team every year. But this is a very important piece. What we had decided on as language of instruction is a very critical piece in the dual language classroom. Really supports students learning in 2 languages, being clear, having lots of clarity, and lots of representation for both languages in the classroom. So that's why we track this one for this constraint progress measure. Some of the things that we contribute the growth to really are strengthened professional learning, which we'll talk a little bit about in the report, although we do recognize there are calibration gaps between the way that campus administrators have observed language of instruction in the classroom and the way the multilingual education team observed language of instruction. So how we collected the data this year is campus administrators are all required to do the dual language walkthrough. And so we collected that data from them in the spring for all of their dual language classrooms. And then the multilingual education team, those members of that team went out to campuses, to a representative portion of campuses. It was 89 classrooms across the district at 13 different schools, which we wasn't like we did last year. We actually, the multilingual larger at that time, was able to actually walk through every single classroom. This year, what we did was a representative sample that we feel is representative of the larger group. And so we took those 2 numbers. There were some differences between the administrative numbers and the MET team numbers, and we averaged those to come at with the score that we currently have. You can see the indicators here on the report, and so we have some, in the appendix really talks about which of the indicators had strengths, which of the indicators had some weaknesses. But you can see ultimately that's, from our implementation level, we grew from a 1.9 to a 2.2. So it's still developing, but it's a higher developing level than we had been at this time last year. And then I'll hand it over to Mr. Harbaugh, our Director of Elementary Multilingual Education, to talk about our data.
Good evening, everyone. As you can see on the line graph on the report and on the screens, our average dual language walkthrough score increased from 1.9 in 24-25 to 2.2 this year in 25-26, demonstrating meaningful growth in instructional implementation across our campuses. Not only did we surpass our yearly target of 1.9, but we also surpassed next year's target of 2.1, sorry. And that places us on track for meeting the 2.5 goal in 2028-29. I'm gonna move now to the table that you can see now both on the report and the screen, that provides additional context by showing how this measure was previously reported in 2024-25 among our 58 elementary dual language campuses. 5% were identified as emerging, then 83.1% were identified as developing, and 11.9% were identified as on track. This year, we've shown that our campuses that are on track almost tripled the campuses that were on track last year, and now we are at 35% of our campuses on track. 56% of our campuses are developing, which is a decrease from last year, showing that a lot of campuses are moving towards a higher level of implementation from developing to on track. Overall, these results demonstrate that our dual language programs are moving in a positive direction. However, like Dr. Maxwell indicated, there are gaps in our observations, and the observations conducted by the principals We also found gaps between indicators, indicator 2 and indicators 1 and 3. 2 being the visual marker in the classroom, an indicator that's very important for our students to kind of place themselves in the environment, understanding what language is supposed to be spoken in the classroom at that time. It's also helpful for the teachers to use a language marker so that they can know when to switch from one language to the other language. And that is an indicator that is not really, it's really behind when you compare that one to indicators 1 and 3. So there's still work to do on that indicator. We will continue working, and later Dr. Maxwell will be talking about next steps, and that will be in, showing what the plan is to improve the performance of indicator 2. And now I'm going to pass it to Ms. Cardenas, who will be talking a little bit about the root cause analysis.
Good evening. So overall, we continue to see growth in educators' understanding of the district's dual language model and instructional practices that support bilingualism and biliteracy. Participation in professional learning increased significantly this year, with 90% of dual language teachers and their ESL partners engaging in at least 6 hours of focused learning around biliteracy and effective instruction for multilingual learners. At the same time, our walkthrough data suggests that we have more work to do, as Mr. Harborough mentioned, to ensure consistent implementation and monitoring across campuses. While administrators are using the dual language data collection tool and participated in calibration activities, differences between campus and district walkthrough results indicate a need for continued alignment, particularly around indicator 2. Staffing also remains a challenge. As the number of teachers serving under bilingual exceptions increased, we continue to see variation in the implementation of bilingual instructional practices, highlighting the importance of ongoing coaching, professional learning, and support for teachers who are new to bilingual education. And finally, indicator 2 emerged as a clear area of growth. Observations in campus debriefs suggest that educators would benefit from additional support in understanding and consistently using visual markers, as Mr. Harborough said, and other language allocation strategies to support students with the language of instruction and strengthen their bilingual and biliteracy development. So we'll pass that on over to
me again.
Yes.
Yep. All right, so I will share with you some outliers in our report. 4 campuses were identified as outliers. They are Langford Elementary School, Overton, Perez, and Jocelyn Elementary Schools. The first 3 campuses serve high percentage of emerging bilingual students. Their population ranges from 65% to 72% of emerging bilingual students in their class in their schools. And according to the data collected by the school administrators on the campuses, all 3 schools showed significant growth across all 3 indicators, especially in that indicator number 2, which is the one I mentioned before. It is the one that's lagging behind. They all 3 scored really well on that particular indicator. The 4th campus, that is Jocelyn, walked through data from 10 different classrooms, indicated that 100% of Jocelyn's teachers received a perfect score in indicator 2 in both dual language programs that are offered at Jocelyn. Jocelyn offers the Mandarin English program and the Spanish English program. And both programs had strong scores in indicator 2, and that shows consistent implementation across both dual language models. Next, Dr. Maxwell will conclude our presentation by sharing next steps and how that will guide our work next year.
So moving forward, we definitely want to continue with that targeted professional learning for campus administrators, dual language teachers, and our ESL partner teachers. As mentioned previously in the report, our participation for that professional learning was 90% this year, which is a 21 percentage point increase. We clarified some expectations for bilingual stipends this year as well. That is part of earning your bilingual stipend is definitely everything that you are doing and the work that you're doing to support our dual language students and for implementation of the dual language program, but it's also attending professional learning that has to do with dual language so that we're improving the program at the same time and improving what we're doing for our students. We want to strengthen those calibration processes as well. So we did one calibration with administrators at the beginning of this year. Next year, we'd like to add another calibration in the spring, which is a good practice to do it more than once. Let's walk through classrooms again and really talk through what we're looking for. We do want to focus as well on that indicator too. And conversations with principals and our learning this year is that there is less focus placed on indicator 2, which it is kind of an overlooked indicator from time to time, but there is a lot of support that a visual marker helps students differentiate between languages. It reduces cognitive load for students when they know what language is happening at the time, and it really helps support their generation of language too at the same time. So that visual marker does really help and support that. So we're going to do the same calibration, but focus a little heavier on indicator 2 and what we're seeing when we are looking for indicator 2. Continue to collaborate, of course, with talent strategy on bringing in as many bilingual educators as possible. We have multiple members of the MET team that attend those job fairs that do that outreach with talent strategy to really try to increase the number of certified bilingual teachers that we have in the classroom, and then continue to prioritize those bilingual stipends. And in an era right now where we really can't afford any stipends, we wanted to make sure that those closest to students in the classroom that are responsible for implementation continue to keep that highest level of the stipend, and then even after that continue to pay stipends to other students, other educators who are supporting dual language students. And then, of course, continue instructional coaching and professional learning for our teachers that may not be bilingual certified and also ESL certified. Make sure that we're maintaining consistency with that support with those teachers so that if they haven't received that certification yet or they're on their way for that certification, that we're providing the level of coaching that they need to support our students in the classroom. And that concludes our report for tonight, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you all very much. Always exciting to see when we're doing even better than we hope to. So thank you for all of that information. Do we want to start with Trustee Kaufman? No?
I have no questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I guess my question isn't necessarily for y'all, but I just wonder how the future budgets are going to affect, hiring of the necessary amount of bilingual educators that we need.
It's a good question. I think it's probably okay to say there will be an impact. I think when we look at the students that we serve and the policies we have in place and what our commitment is to those students who are emergent bilingual, right now I think what we're struggling with is placement and making sure those students are being served by teachers that have the certification. As a system, I think there's opportunity to make adjustments so that our students that have the need are getting the support. But as far as overall staffing in general, our vacancy rates, are lower than they have been in quite some time. I think protecting the stipend to the best of our ability is going to be less of an adverse impact than maybe we would have otherwise seen. So I'm not anticipating a huge shift. The other thing I would say is as bad as it sounds, lots of other school districts are going through things that are very similar to us. And so I guess maybe I'd ask the team, I'm not anticipating a huge shift because we've been really intentional about trying to protect what we can when it comes to, compensation for those closest to place where instruction's occurring. Any thoughts on that, Dr. Maxwell?
No, I would agree with that. I mean, I think it's a difficult time in education in general, and retaining people, and it's certainly hard to fill positions, but I know that we continue to, even during times of this last semester, we had freezes for outside positions, we continued to hire for those hard to fill positions such as bilingual teachers.
Thank you. Anyone else? Trustee Gonzalez, Trustee Foster. Okay, Hermé.
Sorry, I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm good also, thank you.
Oh, and Trustee Hunter, thank you. Yes, forgot that you had moved from with us to
My
virtually with us.
Asked and answered.
Thank you. I have just a couple. First of all, it's fantastic to see that huge leap in the on-track numbers. So obviously, some of the things that you say you're supporting on our campuses are making a big impact. So thank you for that. I'd like to understand what's being done to track the correlation between, you've obviously been really thoughtful about creating a metric, what's being done to understand the impact of this on student achievement and how well our students are doing to acquire language and how they're doing academically. What's being done to make sure that what we're measuring is really also correlated with that impact?
Yeah, and I'll start us off, and y'all may have some other ideas as well, but I kind of mentioned this earlier, that this is really a small piece of everything that we're working on to improve the dual language classroom. Another seemingly small piece, but something that we have found very effective this year that has been very helpful, not only to teachers for clarity, but for instructional leaders on campuses walking into classrooms supporting dual language teachers, is the daily schedule, and that seems like a small thing. But it does provide clarity of resources, clarity of language, clarity of what should be happening in the dual language classroom. And not everyone that is a campus instructional leader was a dual language teacher or has heavy experience in the dual language program. And so small things like that help. And so really we're kind of looking at that bigger picture of everything that we're seeing. Our MET team joins us for weekly instructional rounds, what we're seeing in the classroom, and then connecting that to all the other pieces of student achievement, because we work so closely with what you would consider, like the math and language arts and core instructional team with the multilingual education team at this particular, we're talking about the elementary level, to work together very, very closely, so that when we are looking at map data, when we are looking at STAR data, and when we are looking at TELPAS data, we own all of those things. So as we see any of that data rise, we actually attribute it to, when we disaggregate for dual language classrooms, we attribute all of that work together to the same rise in student achievement. I don't know if y'all have more.
Just from the language perspective, obviously we've got TELPAS, which we're looking through the results now, right? And we will also present during the annual report when we come back before November. We also have STAMP testing, which also measures that the Spanish language or the Mandarin language or the Vietnamese language. And so we're able to see how students are making progress with that other language as well.
Thank you. And then just one other question for some of our families who may be thinking about dual language or have students in dual language and may not know what you're talking about when you talk about those markers for indicator 2. Can you give a couple of real world examples of what a student would be seeing in a class and how the teacher changes throughout the day?
Right, and it varies from campus to campus. Some campuses decided to do like a campus-wide decision on how that language marker is utilized. So a campus probably has a lamp that changes colors, and they have, whenever the language of instruction is Spanish, the lamp turns red. When it is in English, it turns blue. Some teachers have pins that they wear and they turn. They are blue on one side, red on the other side, so students can see what the teacher is wearing, and that kind of signals the language of instruction for that moment of the day. So it varies from campus to campus. There's a flexibility there for campuses to choose what to use.
Thank you. I know when we're talking about the indicator, it's so abstract, and I think as it operates in the classroom, it's so concrete. So thank you for sharing that. Yeah, Trustee Kaufman.
Actually, I do have a few questions. So I'm really just trying to understand the data and the calibration. So, and the alignment of the district multilingual education teams' expectations and understandings versus the campus leaders who did the observations. So when on the chart, on the other document where the chart compares the campus administrators to the multilingual education, there are 14 schools listed where the district people and the campus people made the observations. And when I'm looking at those, I'm looking at like 44% reported by the campus administrators, but 100% on track by multilingual education. Or vice versa, 77% on track by the campus leader and 17% on track by the district. This is page 13 of the supplemental document. So 77% versus 17%, 84% versus 14%, 46% versus 0%. And it goes both directions, where it's not like it's systematically one or the other. So I'm just trying to understand, I guess, like, that just seems like we're real far off on having a common understanding of what these measures look like. Is that accurate? Like real far off? Because I only counted 3 of these schools where the numbers are basically comparable. Graham, where it shows 10 and 0. Oak Hill, where it shows 64 and 67. And Wooten, where it shows 17 and 14. Otherwise, there's like 20, 30, 80-point gaps between those numbers.
Yeah.
So 3 out of 14 schools, we saw the alignment of those, of kind of what they saw. And I understand there was a sampling of teachers, so the school observed all the teachers, I guess, and the visitors observed some of them teachers, but still,
Right.
like, those gaps are huge.
Mm-hmm.
So where are we in terms of I mean, I guess I don't understand if we don't have a shared understanding of the campus administrator and the district multilingual education team, how would we expect to ever get to where the teachers are gaining the understanding of what the expectation is in the classroom for dual language?
Right, so that's part of why we named that as the work ahead of us, as the calibration gap. So that's really what you just named right there. What we're looking for, what MET might be looking for in the classroom, and what campus administrators might be looking for in the classroom. And sometimes you'll get, I mean, it's either a 1 or nothing, or a 2 or nothing, in other words. So sometimes even with where a campus administrator might give partial credit or end up, they see something partially, right. The MET team might be a little more stringent on that. And also, because it's not the exact same time that you're observing and seeing the exact same thing, that's what makes it difficult to consistently walk through classrooms.
Let me just ask it another way, though. Like, so we have a lot of visits by TNTP to look at the implementation of literacy in classrooms, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Are we seeing a comparable discrepancy in their observations versus campus administrators?
Mm-hmm.
How are we handling it in that situation?
So I think as many times as we've used observational data to try to report, there is always an issue with fidelity of observations.
Yeah.
And so I remember this well, just having written the report, but last year at about this time, we had a specific MTSS report that had to do with campus observations and campus walkthroughs. And I specifically named the difference between what TNTP was seeing in our classrooms in early literacy and how our campus administrators were scoring our teachers in early literacy in the classrooms, as an example. And so that is part of the reason why we started to work so heavily with campus administrators. And why we named calibration as like, we really need to, calibrate at the beginning of the year. We need to calibrate again. We talked about our practices as a MET team to walk through classrooms with the administrator present as a requirement. So you're having conversations and you're talking about seeing the same things or not seeing the same thing.
Okay. And are you making similar like data adjustments when you report the observational data for literacy? Or are you reporting to us the TNDP observations?
We don't report observational data for literacy anymore. That when If we share observational data, just in general, it's really not part of our board reports. We only did that last year as part of the MTSS
Internally,
report.
are you kind of giving equal
Internally,
weight
we
to
share
those two?
TNTP reports. Internally, we share TNTP observational data.
Okay, because you have more confidence in that being the accurate reporting of what's happening in the classroom, according to the kind of expectations for the instructional delivery? Okay, so I would advise the same thing for this then, I think, because if we see that big a gap between who we've hired as our experts in this field and the, I would also just advise more work with, I mean, I guess this is one of the situations where I see like the report is taking us away from the work, because like I don't like these, like finding a number that will satisfy the board's expectation for a measure seems to be getting in the way of just saying like the purpose of these the visits by the multilingual education team is to provide coaching and support for the campus leader, not to just compromise them and find the middle ground on the number versus getting in there saying, wow, we're seeing something very different from what you saw, and focusing on that calibration of the leadership rather than the just kind of creating a number for us.
Right.
So, the other question is how many, and also looking at the data on this supplemental report, there's a very helpful listing that shows it by band, by SRI band. So I'm looking through there and I'm looking at band 1, you know, which represents for the most part our schools that have the most dual language students, the most emergent bilingual students in the program. So you see, this is where you see the numbers of 292 students in the program, 204, 358. This is where like the majority of our emergent bilingual students are. And I'm going through there and looking on the right side where it shows the implementation. And this is the campus reported data. And I'm only counting 10 out of the 25 band 1 schools showing an on track. But I'm looking then on page, and similarly on page, you know, the band 2. But then I'm looking at our band 3 dual language schools and it's mostly green. Like there's only a tiny handful of schools that don't have that. So, and some of those schools have a lot of emergent bilingual students also, but you also see a lot more of the schools that have a very small number of emergent bilingual students. So I just want to kind of highlight that again, that this, am I understanding it correctly to say that our schools that have the most academic and social needs right now, and the schools, generally speaking, that have the most emergent bilingual students are the schools that are lowest on the implementation reporting? Okay, so just it's an ongoing thing, I guess, that we have to keep working on. And then finally, how often, like for those band 1 schools, like how often do we have our executive directors visiting those schools to visit and discuss instruction and to walk classrooms?
So I think Jennifer Pace would probably be the best person to answer that question. But
Matthias
as
or
I
Lakeisha.
understand, their coaching caseload for executive directors is tiered, definitely for campuses with the highest need. And I believe they visit those campuses twice a week.
And so when they're visiting classrooms, like how often do they discuss the language of instruction of the classrooms that they visit?
There's an expectation that they're in classrooms every time, and so if they're in a dual language classroom, I would assume that they're walking
Do
through
we
dual
have any
language
kind of
classrooms
reporting
at the same
mechanism for
time.
that, on
If-
keeping track of like what were the issues that were addressed or what were the things discussed?
They collect a tracker for all of the coaching that happens on the campuses, and then they actually track follow-up conversations from the initial coaching
Okay, so do we have data
conversations.
on like how often our highly paid executive directors are discussing bilingual education with?
You mean our
implementation?
principal supervisors?
Yes.
We have the data, it's not compiled, I can pull it and see what I can provide the.
I mean, is this something we're paying attention to say like
Elementary school leadership in coordination with academics are one that, they wouldn't be collecting the data, they wouldn't be using it to inform, you know, how they coach or support the
Right,
campus, so
okay,
it's
but
being used.
Historically, right, and I think things have changed, but historically, the executive directors or the directors at the time, the principal supervisors, whether it was assistants, the superintendents, or others, did not address language of instruction or other bilingual implementation when they visited classrooms. So that was something that had like been shifting over time to where that happened more often. But like historically, like we would assume, yeah, but it didn't. So I just want to, you know, living off of the hope that we've moved to where that is an ingrained part of the campus supervision and leadership and coaching, is to focus on the instructional program that by research shows should be producing the best results that we can for our emergent bilingual students. But that promise has not been realized in our district yet. And so as we're continuing to look at how do we support our students in achieving their potential, I just am holding out to hope that we are focusing heavily on this program implementation. So I guess I don't want like guesses or it should be, but like, how do we know that those conversations are happening, that they are taking that responsibility? So it's not the MET team, which has been reduced in size, who's responsible for that. Similarly, I would kind of ask, like, what if we are limited staff for a multilingual education team to go in and do these observations, then why aren't we then outsourcing, embedding that in the work of everyone else who's visiting the campuses? If we have literacy people visiting campuses, if we have Office of School Leadership people visiting the campuses, why can't they do these observations while they're there? Having worked closely with the multilingual education team to calibrate their observations so they know how to use the tool consistently, working together to make sure that when one principal supervisor is there, they're looking and seeing the same thing that another principal supervisor is at a different campus, so that then we can get this data from all campuses instead of relying on the reduced team.
Well, I think that it's unfair to make the assumption that they're not, when I know that they are tracking it very closely.
I didn't make that assumption. I'm asking for the evidence that they are.
Yeah,
I'm asking you to not assume that they are.
But that's not part of this report, so I don't have it tonight, but I could certainly work with the school leadership
honestly,
team.
Doug, I'm not asking you these questions. I'm asking the superintendent these questions.
Mm-hmm.
And so you have to be sitting there because you're presenting this report, but this is the leadership issue around how are we implementing the programs that provide instruction for our kids who deserve and need it. So I don't expect that you would answer the question. I'm asking it to the administration at large. So if you don't have the answers, you don't need to answer them. That's fine.
Yeah, and again, Trustee Kaufman, as the team has said, it's an expectation. I'll provide the evidence. I'll just have to pull it out. We weren't prepared to give you the number of.
And again, I don't need that evidence. I need assurance that you're using that evidence, right? I need assurance that that is part of the conversation around the expectations for leadership and that they're getting the support and coaching that they need, that they're getting the time with the multilingual education team experts to calibrate with them and to attend their meetings to provide them with the professional development that they need as leaders. And if they have that leadership already, and if they already have that effectiveness and the ability to lead this, then I would think that they could be doing a lot more with this type of data collection instead of leaving it to the multilingual education team. So, thank you.
Thank you.
And I will just, for the record, I do have serious kind of questions about the data collection, so I will follow up on the conversation we had before. I do not believe that the methodology being used to average those numbers is an appropriate way to kind of combine that data. So I will follow up on that with you later.
Yeah, and Trustee Kaufman, like I said, before we got going, I'm happy to look at different methodologies. We had to make an adjustment because of how we're staffed. I think that's a function of every impact that we have, and over the course of summer, we can make adjustments.
Yeah, I understand. It's just, is it a methodology? Is it a statistically?
Yes, yes, but what does it logically, like when you distill it down to how does it inform adjustments and improvements? I think that's where the misunderstanding comes. So we can talk about it.
Yeah, we disagree on that, but we can talk about it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, trustees. Any additional questions? All right, thank you all so much for the work on the report. Appreciate it. Thank you, trustees, for your questions. We will now recess the open meeting at 11:31 p.m. and move to executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.074, 551.072, 551.073, 551.087, 551.076, 551.0821, and 551.071. When we finish with the executive session, we will briefly return to the open session to formally adjourn the meeting. The adjournment will be recorded and included in all replays of tonight's meeting. And thank you for joining us, and have a good evening. And staff, thank you all, everyone who's been here with us. Thank you. All right, we will now reconvene the open meeting at 1:07 a.m. And Trustee De Urioste, do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
I move to adjourn the meeting.
The meeting is adjourned at 1:07 a.m. Thank you.